So I record here as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I will admit everyone now, so they can have 15 minutes. No, I'm not sharing yet, right? Okay. Oui. Attends, je m'amuse. Attends. Доброе утро. Good morning, everyone. I can ask you to maybe open your videos like I do with mine, so we can see you. So we can make sure your image and sound is working. You can say hi, hello, just to make sure you have your connection in order. Доброе утро. Всем хотела пригласить вас включить ваше видео, чтобы мы могли видеть, что все участники, что ни у кого нет проблемы с видео и со звуком. Мы начнем в 9, поэтому у нас есть еще 15 минут. Если что, пользуйтесь чатом, чтобы задавать мне вопросы через чат, и вы можете писать в чате всем или отдельно мне. morning, everyone. Once again, to whom I didn't say morning yet.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Vera. I will be your support on the background.
Okay, thank you.
And I had a little chat with Eduarda already. She came to, she was connected, and she will come back soon.
Okay.
I already informed some participants that we have chat that they can use asking me questions. And if not, I invited everybody to put their cameras on to make sure everything works properly. But so far we have nobody tried. So I guess everybody's sure of their connectivity and the device works properly. So we'll see. We will wait still until 9 Brussels time, 10 more minutes, and then we will start.
Okay, thank you, Vera.
Keep in touch. I'm here.
Good morning, everybody. Здравствуйте, дорогие коллеги, друзья.
Good morning, Eduarda.
Ciao, Mauro, come va?
Bene, bene, bene.
Ti senti bene? Non hai niente.
Sì, 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 più o meno bene, dai.
Mamma mia.
I hear you, Oleg.
Good morning, colleagues. Доброе утро. Здравствуйте. Рада вас видеть.
Good morning.
Good morning. We still have 5 minutes, so you still have time to grab a coffee before we start. У нас еще 5 минут до начала, так что вы можете еще себе взять чай, кофе перед тем, как мы начнем. Рада вас видеть всех. Добро пожаловать. Bom dia, caros colegas. Muito bem-vindos.
Доброе утро всем.
Доброе утро, дорогая Масума.
Как дела, Эдуарда?
Would you like me to stop sharing the slides so we can see one another?
Good
Yes,
morning, everybody.
that's good.
How are you? I hope all are well. Very nice to meet you all.
Рада вас видеть, Масума.
Да. Закрыт у меня этот самый сейчас. Окей.
Тоже открыть не надо. Пока еще не надо. Yeah, if you want to start sharing the slide, Vera, so we can see everybody. Good morning, colleagues. We see many well-known faces of our Make It Match network. Доброе утро всем. Много знакомых лиц нашего нетворка сети Make It Match. Мы еще немножко подождем, еще 2 минуты. 2 minutes. Would you like to open? Good morning, Два Владимира. Good morning. Очень рада вас видеть.
Тоже.
I would like to suggest, if you don't mind, you could open your cameras and we take a picture of the beginning of our training program, if you don't mind, if you like. Luzine, Dorina, Raisa, Aikui, Nadia, Alexandr Savenko, также Лена Козырева.
Добрый
Good
день.
morning, everyone.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning.
У меня микрофон был выключен, Эдуарда. Я говорю, хотел сказать, что рад видеть тоже, что редко встречаемся что-то в последнее время.
Да, это верно. Надо почаще встретиться. Я вижу Лузине. Очень, очень приятно. Мария Времис также.
Good day. I'm very happy to meet you again. Hope to see alive.
Physically, yeah.
Hi, Lucine, that's you. Eduarda, so many nice people there. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Gune, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Eduarda.
Hello,
And
Mr.
you?
Prakash Paudel, professor. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, hello, hi. Hello, everyone.
Alena Vankevich also joined.
Hello to everyone. Nice to meet you again.
Always a pleasure. So we will now start gradually our activity. More participants will be joining. I just wanted to say a very, very warm welcome to all of you from many different countries. We will have the opportunity to introduce ourselves through a very short poll. And to start, let us then go towards our first, let's say, presentation, which is a presentation to set the scene. I think you have all received, of course, the meeting documents. You have seen our very intensive agenda of work for these 3 days. My name is Eduarda Castelbranco, and I'm very happy to be here with you for this 3 days training program. The topic is Big Data for Labor Market Intelligence, what's new and which further perspectives. So we will be meeting these 3 mornings, and we have an intensive agenda of work. Let us say a few just words just to remind us all. Of course, we are all now very used to these online meetings. Nonetheless, we always need to just remind a couple of points. So as you know, the meeting is recorded. Please do use the interpretation channel that you prefer. So we have interpretation English, Russian. When you are not speaking and when there is a presentation ongoing, please could you mute your sound? This is always very helpful for the speaker and for the other participants. In this format of work, normally we use the chat box to write questions. Please do share your views, your comments, suggestions in the chat box. So we will have dedicated spaces to reply to your questions. We will use also some polls, Slido or Mentimeter kind of polls. You also know them. So please be ready to contribute. Normally you will need to use your smartphone. And of course you can keep your camera on. It's very nice, unless you didn't give consent when you have registered to this event. So on day one, I just would like to remind, of course, that this event is taking place in the context of the Make It Match network of Eastern Partnership, but in a wider format. So online meetings allow us now to have participants also from other parts of the globe. And you will see that we have, for example, a participant from Asia, and he will introduce himself via the getting acquainted small space we have in this initial session. As already said, this will be a knowledge and discovery rich training program. Of course, some of the topics addressed here have already been explored with some or even many of you in the past, but it is the approach will be a little bit different because we will also be taking into account the lessons learned from the ETF project so far. So it's an intensive work, 4.4 hours and a half per day, 3 days. We will have a combination of presentations, case studies. They are very interesting because they provide real examples of use of new and innovative data and data sources. We will have, of course, discussion, questions and answers, and some hands-on exercises. The main team is composed by Alessandro, Mauro, and myself. And we want to use immediately here the opportunity to thank very much the team Secoforma, Vera and colleagues, and of course, the interpreters. So now I stop sharing and Vera will help us doing this poll. It is to get acquainted. So colleagues, prepare your smartphones. Vera will then share a slide with the QR code and you will see 3 questions in that poll. So I stop. Vera. So you have a QR code. You can just use your mobile phone to get access to this link. And you have questions. So Vera, for now we have type question. Maybe you have to move to the next.
Yeah, I just sent a link in the chat. For those who cannot scan the QR code, they can open the link on their browsers and the same way answer the questions. And I will pass now to the first question.
Okay. Thank you. Fine. So the first question is, what's your name? So we will just your name. We will have then a cloud of all the names of participants today. Yes, we see many names already on the screen, including hello. So for now, 11 participants have indicated the name. Prakash also, thank you. Okay, Galina is indicating her name in the chat box. It's also good. Okay, I think that for now we have 11. We can move on to the next question, Vera. The next question is your country. Oh, I see that Ukraine is a very important participant. Italy too. We see the word cloud we see Nepal. So that was the secret I wanted you to discover, that we have a representative from Kathmandu University, Professor Prakash. We are very pleased to have you. Okay. Oh, now we have 17 participants. So we see 3 countries with bigger number of participants. Now 4, even Republic of Moldova, Armenia, Italy, and the bigger is Ukraine. The bigger number of participants. We also have, of course, Azerbaijan, Belarus, and of course we have Ukraine written also in Russian. So Georgia, welcome, Georgia. Thank you. 19 participants have now presented themselves, introduced themselves. So please, could you move to the next question? Ira, thank you. We have still a final question. Vera? Okay, very good. So please just now select only one, of course, one of these possibilities, which is the organization where you work. Is it Ministry of Education, Labor, Economy, Public Employment Service, Statistical Department, or others even? Research, academia is also there, independent experts. Interesting, we see that research academia has the highest number so far of votes. Interesting representation. So, and we have Ministry of Economy, independent experts, other, Ministry of Education, Public Employment Service, Ministry of Labor. Okay, 20 participants have so far voted. Now we have 37 participants with us in total. I use this opportunity to greet all of you, all of you who joined in the last minutes. Okay. So thank you. We finished now the poll. And I'm going to start to reshare the screen to continue then this introductory presentation. So let me, as I said earlier, again, greet all colleagues, all participants who have joined in the last minutes. We have just done a very initial overview. So let us continue. So this 3-day journey will help us discover a number of things. So how to explore and create value from large volumes of online job advertisements, vacancies for real-time labor market intelligence, which dimensions and issues related to skills, occupations, and labor market dynamics, which questions can be analyzed with the help of big data or real-time labor market intelligence. How can real-time labor market intelligence based on big data and in artificial intelligence aided classification be used? And how can it complement, I underline, established conventional national statistics? Also, we will have the opportunity to explore the knowledge, data, and lessons from ETF project, Big Data for Labor Market Intelligence, the period of 2 years, 2020-2021. And finally, in the last day, we will be looking at new data sources and new analytical methods, possibilities, perspectives. So new options, new questions, and also issues with the use of internet data for labor market intelligence. So our agenda starts with this opening introduction. We will then go immediately to session one. It will be looking at the first important question. So demand analysis based on online job advertisements, online job vacancies, then a coffee break of 15 minutes. And then we continue to session 2, starting from 11:30. So our time of reference set. In this session, we will be looking more at the role of artificial intelligence in the data system that is going to be presented. Finally, we have a case study. It will be a video, and it is Eurostat Smart Statistics. So we all know that work, tasks, jobs, skills are in transformation. A number of new occupations, forms of work, and naturally also required skills have emerged and are growing very, very quickly. These are just some of the jobs that did not exist 10 or 5 years ago. So what is going to happen in the future? What kind of new jobs will disappear? Which are going to be created? Why? And which new skills will be essential in this job market? What will be also the effect of digitalization and greening on our occupations, tasks, and skills? I always use this slide to very briefly show in a visualized manner how and why we are in this big data era. It is the combination of the large volume of data, very quickly appearing and available, computing, the power of computing anytime, anywhere, but not all. Also, the fact that AI algorithms are being now harnessed and used in combination with data analytics. So the transformation of the labor market, information intelligence, is also powered, let's say, by artificial intelligence and machine learning, as just said. So artificial intelligence, machine learning are not only changing the labor market, but also giving us new tools for analyzing the workforce. So another aspect is that, as just said, there are terabytes, really a lot of data from online job vacancies available to be explored. There is also experience building up in several countries. For example, in Europe, the EU Skills of 8 of CDFOP is a major breakthrough in exploring this inherent information of such a very large data source as online job advertisements. And Eurostat itself is embracing smart statistics, and we will see in the last session today how this is being developed. So these very vast, very large and fast, very quick data sources are essential to understand the transformation of jobs. The main elements of the system also very quickly are the following. So first of all, this is data from online job vacancies. This is not data from social media. That's not what we are exploring. It is an AI-aided data system. It very much uses and relies on international classifications, such as ISCO, ESCO for occupations, for example, and we will see later in greater detail also. The ESCAD for education level, and NACE, for example, for sector or economic activity. The data, the results are visualized in dashboards that they are constructed to show the results in variables and combinations of variables. Let's say the inherent also philosophy, if we can say, of the system is let the data speak. And finally, the very important 5 V's of big data are volume, velocity, variety, veracity, and value. And in our first session, all these elements are going to be presented, explored. So once again, this system is not based on, for example, social media, but really on sources that are online job vacancy websites. So online job vacancies are important. They are a representation of what companies are searching in a given period. They are up to date. So companies, they post an ad when they really need to hire. They are detailed. So an ad describes as well as possible the specific needs in terms of profession or the job requested, requirements such as skills, experience, level of education, and all these elements you can see already are variables that are going to be explored in the data system. The work context, place, kind of type of contract, sector, hours of work even. And of course, they are close to reality. The terms of the market that are used both for the profession and the skills are close to the reality of companies. So this is quite important also to identify new terminology that is really adapted to the labor market. A few words about ETF Big Data for Labor Market Intelligence project. And many of you have been part of this road, of this path of the project. So we started in second half 2018 as an innovation project. And the first thing we did was to put in place a methodology. So the project was starting really from this element. How is it? What is this? How is it done? What is required? And so the very first product, let's say, of the product of this initial phase was this methodological handbook, now available in English, French, and in Russian, Big Data for Labor Market Intelligence, an introductory guide. It's published. You have it, of course, mentioned in your agenda in the background. Then in 2019, we started the first immediate application, and this was a feasibility analysis, landscaping of web labor markets, Tunisia and Morocco. And these first feasibility studies gave us already an important baseline information to move on, to move ahead. So in 2019, a specific training program, 2 days training program for experts of the Make It Match network took place. It was the last physical, let's say, training program event of our network. It took place in November in Milan. Then 2020 started. We all know what happened in 2020, the pandemic break. The pandemic has actually, in a way, been the common history of all of us across the globe. And this is the year when we started really the creation of the complete data system supported by AI with data visualization platform, dashboards. And the 2 countries, initial countries, are Tunisia and Ukraine. 2021 came, the pandemic continues, and we added the new country, Georgia. Very interested, a lot of ownership by the Georgian Ministry of Economy and stakeholders over this initiative. In 2021, 2 training programs. This is the second one. The first was in June. And we started doing also new things, exploring what else can this huge data system, databases, what else can we ask this data? What other questions can we drop in the data, in the database and get replies? And there we started with this green dashboard. We will also see it. And further on, we also undertook a feasibility of what else can be done. What are the big issues? What are the limitations maybe of the approach, of the use of artificial intelligence in this manner? And what else can be done in terms of new questions, of new tools and visualization mechanisms? Let me also say that quite important for all of you to know that there is a full comparability with the real-time data system of the EU 27, same methodology. And tomorrow we will have Jiri Branca from CETIFOP presenting us in detail of VATE, the skills of VATE. So because the methodology is the same, so there is full comparability. of the two systems, CDFOP and the system that ETF has developed jointly with the data scientists. We started first with CRISP, University Milano Bicocca, and then we moved to work directly already with Burning Glass, and our colleagues from Burning Glass MC are going then to lead us into session 1 and session 2. To finalize, let me just say, the gold mine of online job vacancy data can be summarized as follows. This is real time, this is fast, and this is granular data. The links that can be done with other data sets, statistical, and other big data databases. That's a very important one. But we have to note, and our colleagues will also tell more about this, big data as source of labor market for labor market intelligence, and big data online job vacancies specifically covers part of the labor market. And this is to be seen in terms of sectors, occupations, qualifications. So not all, the entirety of the labor market is not necessarily captured in online job vacancies. So this is the point to always bear in mind. So now I stop sharing, and I'd like immediately to pass the floor to our colleague Mauro Pelucchi. He is one of the very important brains and hands of this data system. Some of you are already acquainted with him, and he's going to then start the presentation session 1. Let me just say, colleagues, that Alessandro Vaccarino is going to join us a little bit later. He has a little concern, let's say, if I can say, a little health concern related with what we are all living in our days, but he will come soon, and he will join Mauro and all of us for the session, so end of session 1 and session 2. Mauro, you are most welcome, mille grazie. So the floor is yours to astonish us, to lead us, to explain, and to be, again, as always, very kind of didactic and pedagogic in the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eduardo, and thank you, everyone, and welcome everyone to this training. Let me to start to share my screen, so we can set up the technological stuff for this training. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can.
Let me to present myself. I am the head of the global data science team in MC Burning Glass, and mainly my tasks are related to the build of data pipeline. When I speak about data pipeline, I speak about some technology stuff that take the data from the job boards, apply some machine learning models, some AI techniques to try to extract value from this big data. And we will see today and also tomorrow some of these techniques, some of these methodology, and we will try to understand and to explain why we use AI, why we use machine learning and big data in the labor market context. Of course, we will try to not use the technology term, but something is needed. But don't worry about them. Tomorrow with me, we will them sort of lab session, a couple of lab sessions where we will try to build this data pipeline live with me. So we will build live some data pipeline to collect data from the web, apply machine learning model, and use this pipeline to try to extract value. So don't worry about some technology term, some machine learning model, and so on. Tomorrow we will go in deeper. Today, my journey is to try to explain the big picture about the big data apply to the labor market context. So we will start from the challenges, because to build a big data labor market system to support the decision maker in the labor market is not simple. Let me to give you some measure. If you have in mind one MP3 song, it is about 1 megabyte of memory, 1 megabyte of storage in your disk. Usually we work with 100 terabyte of data, because when we collect the job advertisement from the web, we have a lot of data, but when I speak about a lot of data, we have about 400 million of job advertisement in our data warehouse. And this job advertisement occupied about 100 terabytes of data. So we have a lot of data, and our goal is not only to collect this data from the web, but to try to normalize this data to build something that can help the decision maker, can help you to extract value and make some decision about the labor market. So in the first slide of our presentation today, we will see why we use big data and why we use machine learning models in the labor market context. In the second part of my presentation, we will try to see in the big picture about the data pipeline applied to the labor market context. So we will go in deeper to the data ingestion, to the data processing, and to the classification techniques. In the final part of my presentation today, we will take a look to some outputs and some outcomes. So we will go to the online dashboard that we use for Tunisia, for Ukraine and Georgia, to see what we are able to collect and what we are able to present to the decision maker. So let me to start from the goal of the system, because as Eduardo mentioned it some minutes ago, the real scope of the apply of the big data to the labor market is try to track the continuous evolving of the labor market. What mean continuous evolving? Because we already have, and we already had some traditional data source, some traditional statistics that we can use to try to understand better the labor market. But nowadays, starting from 3-4 years ago, and mainly from the last year, we have and we had a lot of new challenge in the labor market, starting from the digitalization of the profession. If we take a look to the skill required by the employer nowadays, we will find a lot of digital skill in the text of the job advertisement in the web. And our scope is to try to understand better this digitalization of the profession. Of course, we in the labor market, we have the prevalence of the soft skill. So what are the most frequent soft skills required by the employers? And of course, the globalization, the internalization of the labor market. Usually when we use big data in the labor market, one of the main challenge is to try to better understand the new profession and the new skill. Let me to give you an example. In the first slides, Eduardo mentioned the Uber driver. Okay, but what mean Uber driver? What is the difference of Uber driver from a traditional driver? What is the really difference of the skill required by a Uber driver from a traditional driver? And I don't know if there is a sort of bridge between Uber driver and a traditional driver. So what is a bridge between occupation? How to transform, how to move a traditional driver to become a Uber driver? So all these questions are really complex questions, and yes, we can start to try to respond to this question, to give an answer to this question with the traditional statistics, but we need something that can help us monitor and analyze the evolution of the labor market, because usually the traditional statistics are too slow, because the labor market nowadays is a continuous evolving every month. So of course we can start from the official statistics to try to give an answer to this complex challenge, but usually these statistics are too slow and they only use some taxonomy already fixed. Of course, the the web data can help us to better understand this evolution, because if we start to collect data from the web, we can have benefit about the granularity of the data that we can collect. Let me to give you an example. When we collect data from the web, we have a lot of information about the raw description of the job advertisement, the raw text that we can collect directly from the employer. And of course, because the web data are more faster, because we can collect data every day, and every week, every month, we can release new data set. And this is helpful. Let me to give you an example. Last year, with the starting of the COVID pandemic, we are able to follow the evolution of the pandemic and the impact to the labor market real time. Every week, we was able to release new statistics about the evolution and the new regularization in each single country, and this is only from web data. Of course, why start with the web data in the labor market? Because we need to understand better the profession, we need to understand better the requirement, and we need to understand better the working context. All of this information, all of these dimensions of the labor market are coming from the employer, from the companies, because the companies every day publish this information on the web, and we can use this data to create a new data warehouse or new database about labor market with more deeper information in each single country and in each single region about the evolving of the labor market directly from the language of the companies. Of course, our goal is quite simple, because every day we collect these job text. So we collect web pages from the job boards, directly from the employer, from the career service of the university, from some newspaper. And the web page, in this case, are composed by a title, because usually when the employer publish the vacancy on the web, specify a title, and also from description. Our goal is to collect this information and to transform these web pages in information, in the new knowledge. So our goal is to try to collect this information every day and to build dashboard, to build a model that can use it by the decision maker to better understand the evolution of the labor market and to make more decision and more faster decision about the labor market. So to create this big data environment, there are a lot of challenges. Of course, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have a lot of data. Remember the comparison. One MP3 song is about 1 megabyte, and we have in our data warehouse 100 terabytes of data. So it's completely different to use traditional statistics in comparison of big data. So we need some technology stuff to handle this complexity. Of course, one of the big challenge for us it's the language. You know, in the globe, there is not only English. Of course, English is one of the main resources about languages, but in each single country, and in some cases, in each single region, we have a different language. And also from English, if we apply English in different countries, we can find some different, we can find some different terminology specific of each single country. So we need some machine learning model and some AI techniques to try to normalize. Our goal is to build these models, but starting from the raw text, from the multi-language, and translate these terms, these sentences in a classification standard. So it's in a taxonomy, because in this case, we can summarize the data, we can present the data in a dashboard, we can compare different regions and different countries. So, of course, it's we need a methodological background. So when we build the system, we started from the knowledge, the KDD methodology, that starting from the data, produce targeted data, pre-process the data, and transform the data in knowledge. Of course, in this case, this is the traditional methodology applied to build data warehouse in the last 50 years. But in this case, we have the complexity of the big data. So we have the variety. So we have unstructured data because the web pages are represented by text in the web. And we need to process this text to extract new knowledge for the labor market system. Of course, we have a velocity because the data are collected in real time. So our scraper, our crawlers, and we will see in the next slide what mean scraping and what mean crawling. But this data arrive to us in real time. So if I remember well, we collect something about 40,000 web pages every day. So we had a lot of data, and this data arrived to us faster. Of course, we have the volume because we need to handle a lot of data, so 100 terabytes of data. And of course, we have the veracity because when we collect data from the web, yes, we collect some job advertisement, but we collect also a lot of noise, a lot of information not related to the labor market. So we need to apply to the data pipeline some technology and some machine learning model to try to remove this noise and remove the non-labor market information to leave only the high quality data. Now I leave the stage to Alessandro that can continue the presentation. Alessandro.
Great, thanks Mauro. Let me please share my screen. Thank you very much. Good morning all. So let's come back to what Mauro was presenting us. Can you see my screen, please? Great. So what we're talking about? We're talking about data analytics. We're talking about a standard data analytics pipeline. Mauro already said that this pipeline, the FIAD pipeline, is just a formalization of something that is happening since 15 years in data analytics, since the era of standard databases. What's changing now is the context. So we are dealing with big data. We are dealing with online job advertisement in this case, but generally with web data and big data. And so the type of challenges are changing, are evolving. Variety, velocity, volume, and veracity are just 4 terms to summarize the different type of challenges. We have to deal with different quality of data, for instance, the noise that Mauro was mentioning. We have to deal with noise. And it's not the standard noise that we are used to work with. It's not the noise that in a statistical analysis we are used to deal with, such as some variables not fully populated or something similar. Yes, it's this, but it's something more, it's something different. It's noise coming from the web. So our web pages not talking about job advertisement. So we don't need to deal with them. Our job posting that are duplicated because a company is publishing the same advertisement several times, and we need to deal with it. Our noise is coming from the lexicon of the web labor market, so from the lexicon of the company, and we need to deal with them, and so on and so on. We will see many of them, of those type of noise in the following part of those 2 sessions, and tomorrow with Mauro, that will come back with us, you will see some practical example. Mauro will show you how to actually deal with them. So what does it mean? Build a small and elementary pipeline that you will build together, but it's a realistic one. Is an example of the actual pipeline that we have in our production system. So you will see actual issues that we have to address. So to address those issues, we had, of course, to change, to adapt our methodology. So the KDD methodology presented by FIAD. We, as said, we did not transform it too much. What we applied it to better fit big data environment, and in particular, labor market intelligence environment. Creating what? Creating the KDD for LMI. So a new methodology, an adaptive methodology that is focused on labor market intelligence. So this methodology is composed, you can see, by 3 main categories. The first one is the ingestion. That's similar to what we have seen in the previous slide regarding the data acquisition. Then we have the pre-processing of data. So then we have the processing of data aimed to clean data, so to maximize quality, reducing noise, and the classification phase. You know, we are talking about raw data, web pages. So we don't have a standard taxonomy, the same occupation, for instance, the job of Mauro, that is a data scientist and a data engineer, can be explained in several dozens of ways, several different terms, and it can even change over time. But we cannot make an analysis on a database that's changing the shape of data every time. We need to restrict, to link it to a standard taxonomy to ensure that we will represent, for instance, the labor market intelligence with the same number and the same list of occupation. In this case, we will see we are adopting ESCO that are helping us linking all the occupation that we can find on the web to a certain set of 436 occupations. We know them, we know how to, they are called, what's the hierarchy on top of them, and so on. So the job here, the goal of the information extraction phase is starting from the raw data of the web page, link it to this structured domain. Then what we will have is a database, a standard database, like the database that you are analyzing in standard analysis, in business intelligence pool environments, or in standard official statistics. We will see an example later during this session. And then we have the presentation area that can present new challenges again, because the same data we will see can be addressed by different types of stakeholders. And starting from the third stakeholder, let me switch to the team that's around a similar project, because as said, it's not an easy project. It's not a straightforward project. We need the greatest team with the greatest competencies to ensure that we will address the goal. And in this case, a similar project is composed by different types of stakeholders. 4 types in this case: the project leader, some key users, some domain experts, and the end users, of course. In the case of a project that we conducted and we're conducting with ATF, the project leader, of course, is ATF itself. And let me say in particular, in our case, Eduarda. The project leader is the person that leads the project with the steering committee. So the person that is monitoring that all is working properly, and then can define the scope of the project. Of course, we are talking about a huge amount of data, really noisy data. We have to have clear in mind what's the goal of a project. We can achieve several goals starting from the data, but we need to keep focused on the main goal of a project. Then, of course, define the key organization. So who are the key people involved in the project, the key people, the key companies, or the key organizations around the project itself. Manage relations with EU and external stakeholders, of course, because we are collecting data from external web portals. We want to involve some domain experts. I'll come back to it soon. So we need someone that can manage those relations. And of course, that will provide advice on the project. So in this case, this role is covered by ATF. Then there is the key users. In this case, the key users are the people that are actually building the system. In this case, there is, again, of course, ATF plus MCVG, the company that me and Mauro are representing today. Our goal, what is our goal? Is, of course, to define the practical requirements of the system. So what do we need to make what? Of course, monitor the quality of the project. So how the project is evolving, Are we achieving a minimum standard or a maximum standard of quality required before releasing the project? Are providing input to the development of the project. So of course, we're talking about a code-based, an IT-based project. So we need to write code, we need to extract data, to build pipeline. And we need, of course, to provide the most proper input to the development phase. Of course, manage the landscaping. Landscaping is a critical part of that kind of project. We will come back to it soon in the next session, because it's really, really important. And of course, validate the overall data flow and methodology. So we are in charge of validating that the methodology applied is adequate to what we are doing and is constantly monitored that it's satisfied. So we are following the KDD for LMI methodology. Then the third type of actor involved is the domain experts. When we started our project, focusing on analyzing the labor market intelligence on some specific countries, we needed some domain experts. We called even them international country experts, ICEs. Who are them? They are people coming, if possible, from the country itself, of course, people that are, of course, first of all, that know the language of a specific country. For instance, we had some projects with ETF in Tunisia, in Ukraine, and in Georgia. And if I looked well to the list of participants available today, I'm seeing all the ICEs from that three countries. Professor Moji from Tunisia, I saw Vladimir from Ukraine, and maybe George from Georgia. So people that know very well the language, of course, of the country itself, because we don't talk the specific language. I don't speak French or Ukrainian or Georgian at all. And we need someone that can help us making the landscaping, so helping us selecting the most relevant web sources, so web portals, job advertisement web portals in a specific country, and that can even help us validating that our system is working properly. How? Practically trying to correct in a small set of posting what the machine learning model is providing. So like a teacher, taking the homework from our system and making some corrections to make the system working better, and then helping us validating the system, saying, I'm not sure about the trend, for instance, the distribution by educational level. So please check it, because it's something strange looking at my country. So in this specific need, international country experts are requested to know the domain, the labor market domain of a specific country, and of course the language, helping us making the system better, working better. Then the last type of stakeholders, of course, is the end user. You are our stakeholders, you are our end users. And talking about end users, of course, we can identify several types of end users. The first type is the decision maker of the business user. So we are talking about a person without a strong technical knowledge, so without coding skills or something similar. A person that, of course, has a strong domain knowledge in specific country labor market and need some data to make decisions. So, for instance, to review degree courses or to start a new initiative to support some corporates in a specific region and so on. Then we have, of course, data scientists, so with a really strong technical knowledge that want to go deeper in data. So they say, okay, it's fine what you are providing me. I want to extract something more from data. I'll come back to this topic several times during those days, because one of the advantages of web labor market, of big data, is that our data are alive. We can come back to data and ask something more every time. We can create new angle of analysis. We created some angle of analysis during the project, but in the last 3 months, we created new ones. For instance, the green dashboard. I'll show it to you later. We can come back and extract something more. This is the work of data scientists, of course. So in this case, data scientists are another type of stakeholders. Why? Because they don't want just the KPI. They don't want just the storytelling. They need something more detailed, something deeper, but on the other hand, they have the technical knowledge to deal with a similar amount and with a similar shape of data to be analyzed. And then we have data analysts that are something in the middle. They have a good technical knowledge, not so strong, for instance, not so focused on machine learning and extraction of data from raw text, from daily lexicon used by companies. But they want, for instance, to analyze something more detailed. So something like making free analysis on top of our data. So it's a stakeholder in the middle between the decision maker and the data scientist. And of course, all of them plus other type of stakeholders, for instance, citizens, they could be stakeholders. They could be interested in analyzing something. Of course, citizen has a completely lack of technical skills, we can say, but even a poor knowledge of the labor market domain because they are not decision maker. They could be one of our stakeholders of our data. For all of them, we need to provide the most proper data visualization tool and the most proper information to be expressed, of course. We will come back to it during the session 7, if I remember well the number, but anyway, during the session of Wednesday, of the last day of those webinars. So let me come back to the presentation, starting with the structure. Mauro has shown you our pipeline, so the KDD for LMI. Let me come back to it and see, okay, what we have inside, what there is inside the engine of that system. This is what we have shown you, to you before. So the KDD for LMI workflow, ingestion, processing, and front end. What we have within the system, we have a bunch of technologies. The goal of those sessions is not to teach to you all of them, because they are many, they are technical and so on. Why I'm showing you this slide? Just to show you that within the system, there is a variety of technologies that are mixed together like a puzzle to ensure that the most proper one will be used to ensure the scope of the system. So some of them we will see, some of them with Mauro together, in particular talking about the part of data processing and machine learning. But the idea behind is that we have such a complex system behind the dashboard that we are seeing that is merely focused on taking raw data, taking web data, and transforming it within a structured data set. That's the goal. And as you can imagine, looking at this slide, it's not so easy as I'm saying. It's a really big challenge that we need to address together with our technological knowledge, of course, with your domain knowledge, of course, and with the advisory and the management of ETF. The key components of the system are the same that we have seen within the workflow. Are data ingestion. The goal of data ingestion is to collect raw data from online job vacancies in both structured and unstructured format. What does it mean? Structured format is when you have data in an Excel file. So you have columns, you have rows, you can analyze it. It's a standard data set, really easy to be analyzed. But you know, when you have to publish a posting on the web, you don't have to compile an Excel file. You have some blank area where you write whatever you want. You describe your need as a company. You describe which kind of profession you're looking for, which kind of skills, which is the environment of the work, and so on. So in that case, you are putting your own lexicon, even with your own typos, is part of a game. So in that case, we're talking about unstructured data because that piece of text does not contain a standard structure. It's just a raw text. It's something like an email or a WhatsApp message. It does not follow any structure, but it's the richest one because here is where you are describing your actual need as a company. So here is where we will find the skills of the professions or the type of contract offered, because is within the body of the posting that we will find the real richness of data. So we have to extract it using the data ingestion phase. Then we will pass those ingested data to the data processing part. Data processing is the part that has a scope to classify data through machine learning techniques. So again, what does it mean? It means defining, programming, building some pieces of code that will think instead of us, will read the raw data that the company has written and will transform it in a structured data set so that you can analyze it. Of course, within this part, we will see together in a few minutes, we have the challenge of quality, of noise of a web data. And then we have the data analysis part. So the last layer, that's the part that extracts information from the data that we have classified and put it in quality and make it available through visualization. In this case, we will see the big challenge is to find the right visualization for the right stakeholder. The challenges that we have are, in this case, mainly technical, because we already told about the domain challenges. We have to manage parallel ingestion activities because we have to manage collecting data from several web sources at the same time. Please keep in mind that talking about European and around countries such as Georgia, Ukraine, and Tunisia, we have more or less 500 of web sources that we are collecting data from. So I'm talking about 500 of web portals where companies can publish postings. And we are collecting data from all of them. So we have 500 of pieces of software that are running at the same time collecting data. So it's a big scenario. And these big scenarios requires high performance and high memory, of course. We need to compute a big amount of data. We're talking about a really big data environment. And we need it even to be scalable because we don't know how many postings will be posted in the next 6 months. So we need our system not to be overloaded and to be capped, but to can scale at a glance to ensure that all the postings that we can find will be collected and processed. Of course, there are many other challenges, such as the fact that we are talking about a multi-language environment. We need to deal with more or less 35 to 40 different languages right now in our system. And this is a challenge. We will come back to it later. Then let me come back to the 3 main components, looking them in depth. Then during the next session, we will see how artificial intelligence is supporting us. So how artificial intelligence can enable this kind of analysis. The first one, as said, is the data ingestion. So data ingestion, as said, is the part of the component aimed to collect data from sources. But talking about sources, I told before about landscaping because we have to define, okay, but which is the right list of sources? So if I have to collect data from regarding job posting for a new country, okay, which sources do I have to collect data from? I need a list of 5, 10, 15, 18 different web portals. Okay, which one? I need to list them. I need a list to URLs, to portals to be addressed. So this is the goal of landscaping. Landscaping is an activity that aim to produce a list of sources of web portals that are relevant from the web labor market in a given country. This is done generally by us in collaboration with the country expert again. So one of the stakeholders of the project. So what we have done practically in the project with ETF was to produce a list of more or less 15 different web portals that for us were representative of web labor market in a given country. And then we have sent this list to our international country experts saying, dear, I found this list, I think this list is relevant. Please, can you validate or eventually integrate it? How we have extracted this list? We have a methodology focused on landscaping. There is a document available on the ATF website that describes this phase because, as said, is critical. If we make the wrong landscaping, we will have no representative data, just because we are collecting data not from a representative list of web sources. So we have a methodology that is based on the source selection, on the source ranking, based on several fields, on several attributes. And so we can create a rank of sources based on the number of postings available, on the quality of data, on the relevance of the portal itself, and so on. After that, this list is validated by the country expert and eventually integrated, we can proceed with the second phase of landscaping. That is a selection, is an enhancement of the data. Let me describe it. When we receive the source selection in landscaping, what we try to do is, first of all, to make an augmentation of the list. How? We have tons of sources that are multi-country, are international. So if there are some sources that are not present in the original list, but we can provide to a specific country because we are already ingesting data from, and we are already collecting data, is a collateral effect, for instance, of data ingestion for other countries, we can put those data within the system. Then we can try to find some agreements with the most relevant one, if available, of course. Finding an agreement is not easy, of course, but we can try to do it. And the goal of all these phases is to maximize the coverage. So to make sure that we are collecting data from a stable and a representative list of web sources. Maybe you already know it and you could ask it, we will come back to it later. But of course, if I'm collecting data from different web portals, it's possible, and it actually happens, that we will find the same posting several times, because a company will simply publish the same vacancy on several portals. Why? Because the scope of the company is not to ensure a stable labor market intelligence system. No, the scope of the company is to hire someone. And if posting the same vacancy on different portals will increase the visibility of the posting itself, then it's fine. The company will republish it on several portals. In this case, we are collecting it several times, but it's fine. It's part of the game. I'll come back to it later. Then, as said, I already described the augmentation and the ranking. Then we can start with the data ingestion itself. Data ingestion, as said, is the process of obtaining and importing data from web portals and store them within a database. In this case, we are focusing on volume. We want to find as many postings as we can, even if duplicated. We want to ensure coverage, augmentation, and maximization. So again, if we are finding two web portals with a high overlapping of postings, now it's fine. It's fine for us because we want to make our system redundant and we want to ensure that all the system will be stable over time. I'll come back to it in the next session, talking about how machine learning is working in this specific part of the system. And as said, we want, if available, to find direct agreements. The goal, just to summarize.
Alessandro,
Yeah.
I wanted to suggest there is a question, an interesting question from Ned that concerns the ingestion. Maybe you could use this opportunity that you are talking about ingestion to address the question.
Yes,
To what extent the language of announced vacancies limits collection of raw data?
yes, Alessandro, can I?
Yes, of course, Mauro.
Okay, of course, the language is one of the more difficult variable about the web data, and in particular about the job vacancy. Usually, it's not a problem about machine learning model or AI techniques. Usually, it is an issue about the amount of the data, because if we want to train a machine learning model, or if you want to apply some particular techniques, we don't only need a lot of data. Of course, one of the first features that we need is to collect a lot of data. When I speak about a lot of web pages, usually to train a machine learning model, we need about 100,000 of job posting. We can, and of course, the second main issue is about the quality of the data, because if we want to train a good machine learning model, we need to have some variety inside the data. So not always the same job titles, not always the same occupation. On the other hand, if in the web pages that we collect, we are only able to see 1, 2, or 3 occupation, our machine learning model, we will only classify 1, 2, 3 occupations. So the two main features that we need to collect a lot of data, and the second is to have variety inside this data. About the information on the work, about Edu to work, I think, in my opinion, it's a beautiful work. Also because we are engaged in the work, so we know very well, and I think it's a good experiment about the application of these particular techniques to try to better understand the evolution of the labor market.
Great. Thanks, Mauro.
Add anything specific about the language question, Alessandro? Is it a problem or not to have different languages?
We will see that, of course, is a challenge, because our system needs to know all those languages in some way. But once ensured that the system knows those languages, it's not a problem, because at the end of the story, we will see it in less than 1 hour when I'll come back to the database, querying it live with you. We'll see that the system will be language agnostic. So now in this pipeline within the system is a big challenge. Yeah, and me and Mauro and other colleagues know it very, very well. But at the end, it's one of the great power of this system that we are able to compare data coming from different languages, different countries. So our analysis, our dashboard are language agnostic, so we can compare labor market despite of a language that's used with the account. But we will see it, I think it's in 3-4 slides. I'll talk about machine learning, and then in session 2, I'll come back to it, talking about machine learning adoption for language detection, and so how we deal with it.
Alessandro, you're mute.
Sorry, I was muted, sorry. So what's the goal at the end of a story of data ingestion? So really practically, what do we need to obtain? We need to obtain something like this goal. So what you can see on the left is a web page with a graphic, some fonts, some buttons to share the posting on social media, and so on. And each website has its own graphic. And furthermore, each website can change its graphic over time. So it's, let me say, it's a mess. It's something evolving over time. It's something not stable, and it's fine. It's the web. This is, if we don't want to work with a changing scenario, with a changing context, we don't need to go to the web data, because web data is evolving by its own nature. Our goal, the goal of ingestion, is to take those pieces of the page and transforming them within a semi-structured way. Why semi-structured? Because of course we are something like taking a posting from a piece of paper and cutting it and extracting some pieces of the text. Okay, we are structuring it, but of course we are still talking about raw data because we are talking about junior software developer. Okay, now it's junior software developer. The next posting will be a machine learning engineer. Then will be a junior software developer because there is a typo. It can change, so it's not linked to a taxonomy. It's just a raw text, and so is not following a structure, a predefined structure. And furthermore, this is true for the description part because it's purely raw text. So that's the goal of data ingestion. So extracting those data and extracting them for the highest amount available of posting within a country. We will come back, as said, in session 2 to see how to do it, which technologies we are using to do it. But then what we have at the end of this phase are raw data. So those fields, they are containing noise, we have to deal with them. They are containing duplicated posting and so on. We pass those data to the second phase. That's the phase of data processing. Data processing, what is? Is the process of cleaning ingested data and deduplicated on ledger vacancies to guarantee that the analytical phase, so the following one, will work on data at the highest quality possible. So, just summarizing in one word, this phase, pre-processing is aimed to ensure quality. The goal is quality, just it. Of course, with some challenges. Language detection. So here we have it. Because of course, deduplicating something or understanding if a page is an actual posting or not requires the system to know the language of a web page itself. So we need to detect the language. We need something, a piece of code. In this case, I can anticipate a machine learning model that will read that specific web page and will see, okay, this page is in English, this one is in Italian, this one is in Ukrainian, in Georgian, and so on. Then we have to reduce noise. There are different types of noise to be reduced within web pages. We will see them in the next session. But for now, let's recap that we are just talking about reduced noise. So remove pages that are not strictly related to online job vacancies. And then we have to deduplicate them. It's not an easy task at all, but we have to do it. Why? Because we have to ensure that you will analyze data based on unique posting. Because otherwise you could say, okay, there is a strange trend in the request of a sales manager in a given country, but it's provided by a wrong deduplication phase on our side. So it's an issue. So we have to address it properly. And once that we have ensured that at the end of this phase, we have, again, raw data extracted from the ingestion phase, but put it in quality, so without noise, with the label applied saying this posting is written in a given language, and even deduplicated, we are ready to the classification part. Classification is the phase.
Sorry, Alessandro,
yeah?
There is a question about the ingestion and landscaping.
Yeah.
What happens when we are unable to collect more than 2 or 3 online job portals? So we have a limited number of sources in the web. So let me to start from the landscaping, because usually we apply a methodological framework to try to catch all the web sources about the labor market. What mean a methodological framework? We started to search in different search engine, Google, Bing, and also some local search engine, some sentences or keywords to try to understand what are the most important sources in the web about the labor market. Of course, usually we found 2 or 3 main job portals, but also some other sources are important, like a newspaper, career service, some big companies in some cases. So we don't only take the data from job boards or employment agency, but also from a university, companies, a newspaper, the public employment service. And if, of course, not only the number is important, but also the quality of the data inside these job sources. So how is structured the information, what fields are filled and what fields are unfilled. When I speak about fields, I'm speaking about the contract, I don't know, the job location, the job titles, the working hours, and so on. So not only the number of resources is important, but also some other important indicators that we measure on the sources.
Maybe, Alessandro, I just want to add, Kamal is from Egypt, and I just wrote that we have done a landscaping report for Egypt in 2021. Actually, it has a very good outcome, that landscaping exercise analysis. Yeah. So if you are interested, Kamal, we can send you this report. We have this year done similar landscaping for Serbia, Egypt, and Georgia. We can even share with other participants if you are interested, so you can really see how the process goes, what are the criteria for ranking that I used, how the results are presented, the issues also that come up from this landscaping. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Eduarda. And then, now that we can ensure that we are working on high quality web pages, so raw data, we can start with the classification phase. Classification phase is the phase that has the goal to extract and structure information from data to be provided then to the presentation layer. The challenging here, of course, are the handling of massive amount of heterogeneous data that are written again in different languages, and we need to link them to the most proper taxonomy. In this case, what we developed at the MCDG was an adaptable framework that is language dependent and it's tailored on different information features. Let me describe it better. It's something like metrics. When the single web page, the single posting enter our metrics, the first component, that's the language detection, says, okay, you are written in Ukrainian. Great. So then I'll put you within the pipeline, so a row of a matrix, the pipeline for Ukrainian. That is a specific one. It's just for the Ukrainian language. Then this pipeline is composed by several steps because each step is aims to classify one specific dimension, one specific attribute. So for instance, we will have the component that aims to classify the occupation, of course, or to extract skills, or to classify the sector, or to extract the dates. So when the posting was open and when it was closed, on when the system assumes it will be closed. So we have several components in our pipeline that are based on the specific language. And each phase applies something like a tag to the posting. So the tag of occupation extract, the tags for skills, and so on. So when our posting will exit this pipeline, it will be a piece of text, okay, but with a bunch of tags attached around. And those are the classified dimensions. Practically, what does it mean again? It means what you're seeing here. It means that we will have the posting that I described to you before. So we have a junior software developer. That is not so different, talking about an occupation. It's not so different by a Java software developer or a senior software developer, or just a merely software developer. They are different lexicons used to describe just one type of occupation, the software developers. So in this case, we will have for English, for the example provided, we will have the component of occupation classifier for the English language that we will read that part of the posting, the title, and will link it to the most proper element of the taxonomy. So in this case, we will come back to it. Of course, one of the critical part is the selection of the most proper taxonomy. In this case, for the occupation, we selected ESCO, and the system classified junior software developer with the occupation 2512, software developers. In this case, the example is quite straightforward, yeah, but you can imagine that this system will do it automatically with a bunch of postings written in different languages. The same will be applied, for instance, to skills. So we will have another component on our pipeline for the English language that will read the description part of the system and will extract all the skills that he will find within the description. And the same for the place. So where is the job located? And the same for the industry, and so on. So the system will transform this bunch of raw text, of informative but raw text, in a set of attributes. And just to answer to the question that a colleague done before regarding the language, as you can see, now that I have classified the occupation, for instance, the occupation 2512, okay, it does not matter the original language of the posting, because we have classified it with a proper classifier, language dependent, but now we have classified the occupation. So I can compare all the posting related to the software developers in Ukraine, in Tunisia, in Italy, or in other countries, despite of the original language were written.
Only 1 second, Alessandro.
Yeah,
another question in the chat from Gian about how do we identify or the skills inside the text. I think we have some insight in the next section.
Yeah.
Well, Alessandro. So, however, of course, to classify the skills from the job description is one of the big challenge, because in the machine learning methodology, it is not like the occupation where we have a target, but in this case we have a multiple target from the text, because from a job description we can extract not only one skill but a multiple skill. So in this case, only to give you an example, an anticipation from the next session, in this case we cannot apply a classical machine learning model, but in this case we apply some text similarity techniques, and before we train a sort of index to use some labor market voice specific for each single skill. However, in the next section, Alessandro will go in deeper about the techniques, and tomorrow with me, we will try to use these techniques live in the lab session.
Thanks, Mauro. So now I have described you. I know it's summarized what I provided you, sorry. But what we've seen is the behavior, how the system is working. The goal of the next session and of the next day will be to go deeper within this system. In the next session, I'll come back to this pipeline, so to the ingestion, pre-processing, and classification phases, explaining you what does it mean that AI is helping us. So I'll explain you why we use AI, so why AI is an enabler, why AI is the turnkey, is the system that can enable us using those data. And then tomorrow with Mauro, you will see practically what does it mean. So you will see some pieces of code that will run and will provide some outcomes. Now, please, following the structure of a session, let's come back. We are exiting the pipeline. So we have collected data, put them in quality, classified them, so structured them, and now we are ready to expose them. If you can please follow it, let me come back, okay, to the pipeline where we are. We have collected data with the data ingestion. We have pre-processed data to ensure quality. We have extracted information using the machine learning. And now we are ready to put it within a database and then within a data visualization tool and whatever we want. So first of all, as said, we have our output that is a database, is a set of tables. And so let's see them, because this is the output, not the outcome, but the output of the system. The output of the system is composed, is quite simple. We will see it practically in a few minutes, and is composed by two main tables. The first one is it's called fact table, FT table. It's a jargon term used from technologies, between technologists. And the first one, the first table on the left, is aimed to describe the posting. Each document, each row of a table is a posting. So it's a classified vacancy. It's something like a big Excel table, where I have for each row a posting, and for each column I will find several attributes classified. For instance, the source, the place, the contract, the occupation, and so on. The second table, the skill analysis, has the same structure, but will add a new column that describes skill. Of course, you know, for each posting, we can find several skills. So in the second table, we will find several rows for each posting. How to identify the single posting? We have created a unique ID that identifies one posting that's called the general ID, but it's technicality. Just to say you that the system is composed by those two main tables. Using them and querying them, we will extract information. So just to keep it in a graphic way, maybe Eduardo, do you have? No? Okay. So just to recap it, those are some of information that we will find within the document, so within the posting table. So for one unique posting, we'll find one salary if available, one educational level if available, one company, one sector, one language, of course, and so on. We can find multiple, so 1 to n, multiple places. Why? Because if I want to publish an advertisement looking for a sales manager, I could put within the posting that I'm looking for a sales manager for both Milan and Turin area. It can happen. I'm free to do it because, please keep in mind, we are talking about web data, and the company can write whatever it wants. So I'm looking for a sales manager for both those two places. Great. So the system will find one posting online with several places. So we will find within the table two identical rows with the same ID, just with a different place specified. Talking about the skill analysis table, the structure will be really similar, but we'll find several skills for each posting, of course. Now, let me switch to the practical part. Let me just... Okay, I was just reading the question before switching to the database. Okay, how to deal with posts that when one employer asks for about 50, okay, so when a posting is looking for multiple professions. So I'm not looking for one sales manager in Milan and Turin, but I'm looking for 15 sales assistants, let me say. In this case, what the system is doing is just dealing at it with one posting. So in this case, we are not multiplying it, we are keeping it as just one. We tried in the past to extract the number of professions looked within the posting. What we found was that this type of information was really noisy in the web, so it was really hard to be extracted and classified. And on the other end, the behavior of labor market didn't express this kind of information so much time to affect our analysis. So we found really few posting where a company was looking in one posting for several occupations. So currently the system is classifying it as one posting. So we are not expressing the information of 15 workers looked at. Let me in the meantime share with you my, okay, the screen. Let me zoom in. Okay. I guess you can see my screen again, the database, great. So what is this? This is our technological layer. So this is the database where the system is storing information. So in this case, what you can find is the FT document and the FT skill analysis table, the two main tables of our system. Let me just see it really briefly. It's a standard table, it's a rectangular one, so I can query it with SQL, a standard language, programming languages for analysts. And I can see, for instance, select all. The system is querying, and now we will see. Okay, what we are seeing it in the screen is the structure of the table. So the columns, as you can see, we have the general ID that's identifying the unique posting, and then we have all the attributes. So when it was grabbed, so when we extracted it from the web. Please note that so when the ingestion phase found it on the web. Please note that our components, our software components that are grabbing, are collecting data from the web, are invoked several times a week, so every 2-3 days. So it's near real time. So looking at those dates, so in this case, the 27th of October of 2020, we can assume that it can be the published date, so when the company has published the posting on the web. Then we have the expire date that can be present in the posting or can be assumed looking at the last time we have seen the posting online, then it disappeared, so we can assume that the company has found someone and has closed the posting. And other information, we have a language, and here we have, for instance, the occupation and so on. All those information are expressed as column as this dataset. Of course, having this dataset can enable us many analyses, such as, first of all, let me check how many posting I have within this system. So let me check how many posting are present here. So select. So what I want is a count. I want to count the number of unique general ID, so the unique identifier of a posting within my table. And the system will answer me, okay, what we have in our system right now are 56, we can say, millions of unique job advertisements within the system. It's a good number. Of course, it's even a good number of rows to be read, but we are reading it in just a few seconds. The system is scaling and helping us analyze a similar amount of data. But that said, we can go deeper and see, okay, it's good, but please let me see the distribution by country. So we can add the country. I got it correctly. No.
The second country there. Country.
Oops, my fault. Okay. Thanks, Eduardo. I missed an N. And the system, again, in a few seconds, okay, will give me the distribution. Belgium, we have several countries, we will find Italy, Germany. So the system will provide us the distribution across countries. Some of them you can see contain really a few amount of posting, just because they are not part of our analytical scope. So we are just having them for a collateral effect. Why? Again, because we are collecting data from the web. So if I'm going to a website and I'm collecting posting, I'm not sure that all those posting will belong to a list of countries that I'm interested in. I just find data. In this case, our goal is not to cancel, to avoid analyzing those posting, but to classify them. In this case, we know that this country is not part of our current analysis, and so we don't need to, we will not analyze it. Okay, we have some postings coming from it, but as you can see, this is the distribution. Of course, going deeper, we will find other countries, we will find even the TF1 and so on. But then, now that we have seen it, going deeper, and let's see, for instance, switch the query. It's just slightly more complicated, but nothing different. Let me see how many postings we have collected for the 3 countries in scope of the ETF projects until the end of last month. So let's start, for example, from Tunisia. The system is querying, and in just 5 or 6 seconds will say me that, okay, we have 137,000 of unique job posting collected. Okay, great. Then let's switch to Ukraine. Ukraine is something bigger, but again, in a few seconds, the system will say, okay, in this case, we are talking about 1,700,000 of unique job posting collected and posted. And the same for Georgia. But again, we are just counting posting. We can have really something more. So let me come back to Ukraine and let's see, okay, give me the distribution across years, for instance. So we know that we have a year of grab data. So when the posting was grabbed, was collected by our system, and as said, it's really close to when the posting was published. So we can see as it like a good proxy on the distribution of the posting date across time. So, and the system, again, in few seconds, we have the distribution. In this case, you know, the historical series starts in 2020. That's because the project with ETF and Ukraine started in that year. I was just seeing at the chat, sorry, Eduardo, I missed your question of North Macedonia. when we can come back to, I don't know the country code, but we can check it. Maybe it's NM. And unique
No,
posting.
it's Mecca. Sorry, Alexandro. It's Mecca.
Mecca.
Mecca, yeah.
Okay. Let me just. Mecca, MC.
Oh.
Yes, exactly. Kappa.
Okay.
Kappa.
Kappa, sorry. Kappa. MK. Okay. Let's see. Honestly, I don't know what we have. If it is.
No, because currently we are not collecting.
Yeah, indeed, we don't have so many postings. In this case, yeah, again, it's.
Sorry, Alessandro. Yeah, but I have web scraped last year. It's about 7,000.
7,000. Okay.
Yeah, from one job portal. Yeah.
Okay, it could be. Then we could create a scraper, so a piece of software will ingest data and load them within this system. Of course.
Yeah, I have one in Python. I wrote.
Okay.
I'm using beautiful soup and requests, and so
yeah.
This is the way I did.
We use more or less the same technology. For the other colleagues, Alexander is spoilering. I'm joking, of course. Me some of the topics that we will see together. If I remember well, Mauro tomorrow will show something that's written actually in Python, maybe using beautiful soup. I'm not sure.
No, tomorrow we will create a scraper, but not with beautiful soup, but another Python libraries. It's called Selenium, because we want to see what is happening. So we will use a sort of a ghost browser to download the data. I think we have another couple of questions.
Yeah. Indeed, I was looking at them. The first one is if those data for current vacancies or whatever is grabbed by the system. In this case, we are talking about unique real vacancies. So classified vacancies, so classified as actual vacancies collected from job portals. What is the time horizon? Depends on the country, because for instance, in our company experience, we started from Italy, just because we are Italian, and so our business was there, and we started grabbing data from Italian web sources in 2013 to create a web portal aimed to offer analysis on job posting. I will show it to you in the next sessions. So this is our current longest historical series. Then in 2018, we started collecting job posting for all the 27 plus 1 UK European countries. And we started other countries like with the ETF experience and others. So we don't have one unique historical series. The word grab. When I talk about grab, I'm talking about maybe it's not correct. Maybe it's just a technical term. It's when the system has collected. So when the system, the piece of software was invoked, and it's invoked every 2 or 3 days. So we launch all our pieces of software, all of them, the 500 pieces of software, connect to the 500 job portals. So something like the piece of Python code that Alexander was mentioning, find some new posting and say, okay, let's extract it and let's apply the date of today. This is the grab, what we call the grab date. So the date when the system has found the posting of the web. And even to address the Alena's question, yeah, of course, we can compare, and we do it. We compare data with statistical data. Yeah, it's part of our work. I guess that on Wednesday, Andy Durman will show you a part of MC offer, that is a portal that mix those data to official statistical data. We don't believe that our data can in any way replace official statistics. Is not the goal. Our goal is to provide data that are complementary. We want to complement official data, official statistics data. So yeah, we compare, and that's even why we decided not to adopt a custom taxonomy. So we are not classifying. It would have been even better for us to use a custom taxonomy, so to extract some custom occupation and so on. But using ESCO and using standard taxonomies, we can compare our data to official statistics, because, for instance, in our European experience, Eurostat, but we are working with them on those kind of topics, they are providing official statistics using the same taxonomies. So we can provide them. One of the standard quality analysis that we do when we analyze data coming from one country is even, for instance, to compare the distribution across industries. So to see that some industries are being, for instance, overestimated, some other can be over and lower estimated. Of course, there are some reasons we cannot take an official statistic like the benchmark, because we are not analyzing labor market, but we are analyzing web labor market. We are not talking about the industry as explicitly expressed by country, by companies. So we have to keep in mind some key points that I'll discuss deeper in the third day on Wednesday during my last session. But yeah, we compare our data with official statistics, definitely.
About Alessandro, there is another question about historical data and about the cleaning. Only to give you more detail, the more detailed situation about this database. In this database, we maintain everything, because for each job posting, we collect two information. Of course, the grab date and the publish date. So when the job advertisement is published by the employers on the web. The second date that we collect is the expiry date. So for each job posting, we have the 2 dates, the first active date and the last active date. Because of course, one of the indicators that we usually provide to our stakeholder is the number of the current open vacancies. So in this case, to calculate the current open vacancy or the last year open vacancy, we need the 2 dates to compute the indicators. I repeat, the last active date, so the first active date and the last active date. About how the system can be used by people, students, and so on, what Alessandro is currently showing is a database. So on top of this database, usually we build some application, some web portal, some dashboard. It depends on the needs of our stakeholder. One example, I think Alessandro will show in few minutes, are dashboard for decision maker and so on. Another good example from our experience is to build, for example, some talent observatory. This talent observatory are a sort of web app where citizens can navigate the data with a sort of predefined default path. So because of course to navigate the labor market data is not simple. So in this case, with this web application, we create this default navigation path by occupation, usually by occupation, by skills, and by sector. And from this navigation path, a citizen could understand better the situation of the labor market in a particular region, for example. Alessandro, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's definitely correct what Mauro was saying, and we will address it in depth during the session 7 on Wednesday. Session 7 will aim to talk about 3 main topics, let me say. The first one is the analysis that are mixing demand and supply side. The second one are some data visualization, so how to address data visualization, so the right tool for the right stakeholder. And we will describe you some use cases, even including the citizen one and the students graduated and unemployed scenario. And the third one will be mainly focused on the part of AI. And so I will come back to the other question from Alena, that is the comparison with official statistics and what we have to keep in mind using those kind of data, because it's mainly just a matter of the right mindset while analyzing those kind of data. But we will address all those questions, I guess, I hope, during the session 7. So I'm not seeing other question on the chat. So let me switch briefly on the database. As I said, now we are still on the output part. So what we have seen one country. So in this case, we have seen this new country is quite empty. So let me just switch to Ukraine because it's bigger. Of course, we've just told about distribution by year. Of course, we can provide more information because we have classified a lot of fields that we have not discussed yet. For instance, the occupation. So, for instance, again, let me see within Ukraine, and for instance, let me move the year here. So in 2021, the distribution across the ESCO occupation. So which is the most requested occupation in Ukraine in 2021. So we can put it. We have now I'll explain why I'm writing ESCO level 4 and ID ESCO level 4. Same. Nope. Don't judge me, Mauro.
You need to training about SQL.
Yeah, I need to retrain myself. I'll call our common friend Mirko. Okay, so what you can see here is, again, starting from the web data that we have connected, we are focusing, as said, on the Ukrainian data in 2021. We are seeing for each ESCO occupation, here we have a code of the ESCO occupation and the description. We have the number of postings that the system has found. So we can analyze the most requested occupation. Of course, we could make it more articulated, more sophisticated. So analyzing the same information across months, because we could see, okay, is there a seasonality in the request of some occupation, or if I'm looking to, for instance, let me see somewhere, sales and marketing managers with a good amount of postings. Okay, which are the most requested skills or the most offered type of contract? So we can apply more questions. But before doing it, it could be quite ugly to be seen in a SQL query. And as said by Mauro, I'm not so proficient in the SQL anymore. Let's first of all move to what is ESCO, so why I'm putting ESCO level 4, and then let's see that we have a tool that can enable some analysis that are easier than the ones that I'm doing. Just keep in mind one thing. Now I'm making some queries. So now I'm with the mindset of a data analyst. Some of you are data analysts, maybe some of you are data scientists. So you are seeing something that you can understand very well. Some of you are decision makers. So some of you are saying, okay, I don't understand the query, the coding that you're using. I would like to understand more data. Okay, we will find the right tool for you. Just a final remark about ESCO. You have seen that we have a code and we have a description. Great. This is the ESCO taxonomy. One of the key aspect of the classification, as said, is to find the most proper taxonomy. In case of occupation and skills, we have selected ESCO. So we've selected ESCO. Why? Because what we can find within the portal is a list not of 3,000, but actually of 436 different occupations at the level 4. So let me just take the code that I seen before. So this one, for instance, 1213. The system, let me just switch it to English. And the system will provide me the code, the title, policy and planning managers, and a brief description of occupation and so on. Using this kind of taxonomy can enable us a lot of analysis. First of all, we can group them in hierarchies. On the left, we can find some hierarchies. So we have, for instance, the professionals, but we can go deeper. And going, for instance, within the information and communication, so the ICT professional, software and application developer, or database and network professional. And we can go down to the 4th level, so 4-digit ESCO. Now we are going down to this level, the 4-digit, that as said is containing 436 occupations. So the first good point of using ESCO is that we can group using those official hierarchies. Second, we have the same information already available in all the European languages. It is listed it, plus some others such as Arabic and others. And so once that we have classified data with respect to this taxonomy, we can use it across. As you've seen, while I was querying data within this database, I was not taking account of the language. It does not matter. I just want the occupation. What's the original language? It's not a problem for me. Now I'm more focused on analyzing the actual information, so occupation and distribution of occupation. The rest of what's behind is not relevant to me. So that's why we have selected some taxonomies, in this case, occupation. So there is a question from Alexander regarding the reposting of a post. Just to be clear, what I think that Alexander is meaning with reposting. If a company publish a posting to find, for instance, a software developer, then to increase visibility, repost it after 3 days. Then not enough candidates are coming, so repost it after 1 week. Then maybe the company is finding someone, but after 6 months needs to hire someone else, then repost the same posting after 6 months to find a new professional. Of course, we need to find a mechanism to filter them out. This is part of the deduplication phase. I'll come back to it in session 2, because we will talk about it. Of course, we need to find the most proper posting duration and so on, but we will address it. Now, let me just come back to it. As said, I show you the data behind it. I show you an example of taxonomy adopted. Then we will see that we have some more, some easier way to analyze data. And an easy way to analyze data is using a dashboard. So what you are seeing here is an example of postings of dashboards based on the ETF experience project. In this case, particular, you are seeing the dashboard that describes the evolution of a web labor market for Ukraine within the scope of the ETF project. The project that was started, I'm talking about data ingestion, was started in April 2020, and that's why we have this starting date. Currently, the data are updated up to September, the end of September 2021. In those days, and maybe today or tomorrow, we will update it up to the end of October. We are waiting to end the webinar just to avoid change the data under the hood. But please keep in mind that we collect data daily, but we decided to publish it monthly. and we have a delay of more or less 1 month. So September data are available around the 15th of October. October data are available between the 23rd, and 25th of November. So more or less 1 month delay, just to have time to process all the data, putting them in quality and so on. But we're talking about, of course, fresh data. We can see how the labor market was evolving a month ago, 2 months ago. So we're talking about a really fast and fresh data. Then this dashboard provides you a good example of the type of information that we can extract from the web, plus a new hint of new angle of analysis that we added recently. What you can see in this page of the dashboard, we can see some dimension of analysis that the system has extracted. First of all, of course, we can see time. What you can see here is the time evolution at the month level. We can go deeper if we want to the week level or to the single day level. Of course, on day level, there is much more noise, so we prefer to keep it as a higher level, but the system can provide us this kind of information. What we have here are other dimensions, such as, of course, the count of job posting, in this case duplicated, in this case are the number of job posted collected, and said even to start addressing the question from Alexander. We have found 2 million of job postings, real actual job posting, but after the deduplication phase, so after seeing that one job posting was just a reposting of another, we have decreased to more or less 1 million. So we found an average of 2 posting on the web for the same vacancy. And here you can find the distribution of web sources by web source. But let me come back to it in the next sessions of today and of Wednesday, because this kind of information can introduce some misunderstandings. Let me first of all come back to the more intriguing part of analysis that is composed by the other dimension. And first of all, we know the time series of posting because we are seeing it. Okay, but which kind of occupation are being requested? And this is the first dimension that we want to analyze. So we can click on the top left to occupation, and here we are finding some new information. We have again here on the top right section of the page, we have a time slider, so we can select, for instance, I'm selecting just 2021. So I'm changing the time frame of interest, and the system is moving the data that's showing me. What we are seeing it, the first information is the distribution of postings across regions. So we can find the most requesting regions within Ukraine. And we can find the most requested occupation at the 2 levels of occupation. First one, ESCO level 1, that is grouping at the first level, so in just 9 families. And so we can see in a really brief way which are the most requested occupation families. But of course, one that we have selected, the family of interest, the system can provide us the list of detailed occupations. So system analyst is the most requested professional occupation, with more or less 15,000 of job posting found on the web, published on the web in 2021. And if we click it, the most requesting region is, I cannot read, I don't know Ukraine, sorry, is this one. So what we can see is the distribution across occupation and across geography. And the system is even giving us some more information. Working hours and the contract. So the working hours is, okay, which kind of working hours contract will be offered? So full-time for 40% of occupation, and part-time for just the 2.54%, or not defined. Please note that, again, we are expressing, we are normalizing, putting quality and expressing what the web is telling us. So if the companies are not defining if the work will be full-time or part-time, we will not invent it. It's not our goal. We will see, okay, it's not defined. And the contract can be not defined, in this case, in most cases of a posting, permanent, temporary, or self-employment. So which kind of contract is offered? A permanent contract, a temporary contract, a self-employment, or it's not defined the kind of contract offered. So the system is starting giving us some information. If I remove those filters, we can see that actually the most requested occupation is composed by business service agent, not elsewhere classified. This is one of occupation provided by ESCO. If I want some more information to understand them, it's ESCO. I can come to the ESCO web page, looking for this occupation and seeing how ESCO is describing it. But again, if I'm interested in it, we can click on it and see the same type of information that I described before. Then let me move to the second slide, or to the third slide of this dashboard, that can provide us mix the information that we've found, so the occupation, the geography, with another couple of new dimensions. So in this case, what we're seeing are education and experience. So what we can see here is the educational level of requirement and the experience required to a professions. So again, we can click to the specific family of occupation or to the specific region and see the type of educational requirement and experience required to occupation. Again, we are expressing what's the web, what companies are requesting of the web. Of course, we are, as you can see, we are mixing some dimensions. So we are creating some dimension of analysis. In this case, we are mixing some of the pieces that the system has provided us. What we have mixed here are geography, occupation, education, and experience. Why? Not because the system has just extracted this combination, but because we have decided, while designing this dashboard, to propose to our stakeholder this angle of analysis. Do we want to mix new dimension? Do we want to mix both this dimension with the industry, with the skills, with other information? It's not a problem. It's just a matter of designing the dashboard. We have decided to propose this storytelling to our stakeholders, but it's not a limitation of the system. It's not the decision made. So do we want new angle of analysis? We can have them. It's customizable, let me say. We will come back to it later, presenting you one of the new angle of analysis that we have created with ETF.
Yes, Alessandro, we have a question chat from Giri from Cedefop about the destination countries. Of course, on each job posting, usually we track two dimensions about the location. The first one is the job location, so where the employee will work. The second is about the source country, so where we collect the job posting. In this case, so in this dashboard, we are only using the job location. So we only see the job vacancy related to the Ukraine, where the job location is equal to Ukraine. Of course, we also collect a lot of other information about the source country and the destination country. So it's an analysis that we can do with this type of data, of course.
Yeah, it's true. Thanks for the question, Giri, and hi. Yeah, the question is, the question from Giri is a new angle of analysis. So it's another question that we can ask to our system. So what Giri is saying is, okay, you are showing us how labor market within a specific country, so located within Ukraine in this case, is evolving and is structured. But What about, for instance, job posting published on Ukrainian job portals, but related to vacancies actually posted in our countries, maybe within Europe? This is another behavior. This is another angle of analysis. We have it, of course, we have this information because what we have in our system, you are seeing it is the actual location of the job, but we are even keeping track of the portal where we have extracted the posting from. So if we come back to the system, if we come back to the database and we say, okay, let's analyze the target place, so where the job is actually located, and let's compare it to the portal where I collected the posting from, we could find some interesting insights about cross-nation moving. We made some analysis on it in the last years, and they were providing really interesting information. So this is a good angle of analysis, new angle of analysis that Jury is providing. So in this case, if we think that this could be a good addendum to the storytelling, great. So we should just have to add it to this dashboard. So come back to the system, take the right pieces of the puzzle and put them here. Oh, thanks, Eduardo, for sharing this dashboard. So here, what we are seeing is another new angle of analysis. In this case, we are mixing occupation with industries. And again, don't make the error. I'll come back to it in a couple of days on Wednesday. I could find some IT-related occupation, software developer, related to posting that are classified in sectors or industries that are not IT-related, as well as I could find some teachers that could be related not to educational industry. We have to keep in mind in this case what we are analyzing. I come back deeper the next days, but when I'm posting a vacancy as a company, I can describe whatever I want. So I could be a manufacturing company that's looking for a software developer. It could happen. As well as I could be an IT-related company that's looking, or a financial company that's looking for someone to reinforce their internal academy. Many big corporates are creating some internal academies and so are hiring someone to take care of them. And some of those people could be classified as teachers because I could decide to hire someone to follow learnings and teachings within my corporates. So it could be. So we have to, first of all, to understand how the system is working and which kind of information is providing me. Then, looking at other dimension, other slides of this dashboard. This one is mainly focused on the industry. So here we are looking at the most requesting industries within the specific country. And then we have an interesting slide that is the slide that introduces skills. So here, what you are seeing by region and by occupation are the most requested skills split in three main categories: knowledges, so theoretical knowledges, skills, actual skills, and attitudes and values. So we can call them the soft skill by single occupation. So we can, for instance, select the system analyst, look at it, and the system will show us which are the most requested skills, and of course, which is the most requesting region for that specific occupation. Again, how? Just giving voice to web labor market. So we are not introducing anything in this dashboard coming from official statistics. We are not saying, I'm not putting it, even if I could know it, that a software developer must know some specific skills. So it's not the scope. I'm just exposing what the web labor market is showing us.
Okay, we have another question. I don't know, Alessandro, Eduardo, if we have a break, but however, there is a question from Giri about the green skill dashboard and the methodology, how to build the categories and so on?
I guess, Eduardo, that it's a really good question, definitely. I guess that talking about the rest of the dashboard, the most interesting slides has already been shown. We are just missing two of them, the professional dashboard and the green skill. Regarding the last one, I guess, Eduardo, that maybe I can present the professional dashboard right now, then we can have a break, and then we can restart from the green dashboard, because it's an example of AI application on data. I don't know if you agree.
Yes, yes. Thanks a lot. So it's very good that Yuri is here and is asking these questions, because it also allows us to see how the immense volume of data can then be analyzed and can be used from the perspective of let the data speak. We want to do this exercise with all of you on the third day. What additional angles of analysis, what additional questions would you participants have in mind that could maybe be asked to the to these huge databases? And of course, the databases of the 3 countries we have so far are nothing compared with the EU 27 and the skills of 8 that Yuri is going to present tomorrow, where there are millions and many millions of OGV. So, but that's the most important thing is let the data speak. That's one of the advantages, let's say, of the novelties of this, let's say, way of using new data sources in a new manner and in new analytical approaches. So I fully agree that we do a break for various reasons. Participants also need the 15 minutes, and you especially, Alessandro, and then we can look at the dashboard, the green dashboard, and we have a short methodology paper explaining the approach to the green dashboard. We have been discussing this idea of the green dashboard with colleagues from ESCO support team. And they are also quite interested to follow up. So we will see the kind of green skills terms that we have used, how they are clustered also in categories, and we will see striking results that can tell a very interesting but also very challenging story. So we will see very low rate of green skills so far in the online job vacancies that we have been analyzing, according at least to the green skills terms that we are using. So yeah, that's the thanks. So please, Alessandro, you decide when you want to stop, and then we have, let's say, 15 minutes break.
Okay.
Yeah, Alessandro, if I may intervene, sorry, but with one question, short. Is it a problem?
Yes.
No, please.
If I may, okay. Thanks again, yeah, for this presentation, inspiring, and I've been doing something similar here in local level. And I was thinking about my idea was that if it's possible to contact these providers instead of scrapping their data, which sometimes can be can have legislative repercussions, because they may not, at some point they may how to say, they put this check that you're not a robot, so then all the web scrape project will fail at overnight. So basically we should think about contacting them and probably giving them some directions, training, structure this data instead of this unstructured that we're talking, and how to structure, how to do this, to export this data through API or to other methods directly to the Amazon servers or to whatever servers you're using. I'm using Tableau, for example, and it works well. It's free, it's cheap. But yeah, because overnight they can say, stop, now we're introducing this web scraping robots that are Selenium, all these Python libraries are unreliable. They're free, cheap, but in the end, they may stop overnight. And all this, it's a peril to fail. It's better to, as I said, to use other methods like Facebook, Twitter uses. I'm also using API of the Twitter, for example, to download tons of data from there. And it's reliable. You authenticate your entrance. You're not intruder into their website and their portal. It doesn't bear you consequences afterwards, which may cause at some point legal issues and so on. Yeah, this was my thought, and just we may think this during the break. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, no, but it's we understand very well your point. It's one of our daily work point. The main challenge with the direct agreement, basically, because accessing an API, it's a matter of finding an agreement with the portal. It's a matter of availability of the portal itself, and of course time. For us, that we have 500 web portals, just let me say losing, but investing 3-4 weeks to find the right contact, arrange some calls, and so on, is not easy. And most of web portals simply don't respond us. We wrote to most of the web portals, in particular during the project we have done during the European experience with Cedefop. Jerry, I guess, remembers it really, really well. We try to contact all of them saying, we are doing this project, that's the goal, can you please provide us data? For us, it's easier, quality is higher, I'll come back to it during session 2, but most of them simply didn't respond to us because they were not structured to provide this kind of information. Few of them answered us, we found, and we are managing some agreements with them to have direct access to API. Yeah.
Sandro, let us try to conclude.
Of course, yeah. With just the last this slide that you are seeing, this is more or less a summarizing slide of what we have seen in the last months that I presented you. So here we can find more or less the dimensions that I've already shown you. In this case, the entry point is the occupation. So it's something like an identity card of the occupation. In this case, so I can select one of the occupation from the top left panel, and the system will give me the distribution across location, industries, contract skills, and so on. So again, it's another angle of analysis of the same data that I showed you before. And here, with this slide, is where our dashboard were ended until a couple of months ago, when with ATF, we tried to come back to the data and say, okay, can we ask something more? So can we create a new, from scratch, a new angle of analysis? And this was the green skill challenge. But I guess that I'll come back to it after the break, because I'm running definitely out of time.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, for all the energy you have invested in this first session and in replying to questions. Thanks a lot also, Mauro, for all your contribution and for supporting in the responses. Thanks, participants, of course, for all your questions and suggestions. Let us then now make a small break, 15 minutes. If you don't mind, you can take a coffee, a juice in the meantime. Let us come back all in 15 minutes. So it will be 11:45. My point of reference is set. So Brussels time, adjust to your own 15 minutes. Is that okay, everybody? Yeah. So thank you very much. We continue, and it will be a very interesting second part of our webinar today, including, as you know, a session, Eurostat Smart Statistics, the last one, for those who are interested in how statistical offices are dealing and embracing this new paradigm of data. Thank you. See you soon. 15 minutes. Mm. Alessandro, how are you feeling?
Quite better, Eduardo. Yeah.
Oh, Lola, you know, when you started speaking, even Yuri came here to say, oh, he's there.
Yeah, I'm very. Yeah. No, I had this one.
Congratulate you.
Thank you very much. No, I had this one, so now I have to wait.
Yes.
I went to the COVID center this morning really early because I was quarantined, so I had nothing to do at home. And so I was at maybe 7 a.m. at the COVID center waiting. It was maybe the third or fourth one in queue. They said, but you should have come here at 11 a.m. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the because I was planning for that time. But I said, okay, let's make the swab and come back home. Yeah, I was quite fast, let me say. Now I have to wait.
Mm-hmm. For the green skill now, a small presentation. Let us try to show a little bit also the terms, our set of terms, 214, I think we have. Then the groups, the terms, and also say a few words about the results we see.
Yeah,
because I think they show something. We have to use this opportunity to make a little bit of a critical kind of interpretation, maybe. Of course, also mentioning that we are still checking the classification because we have been also improving the translation, and so there will be a revised version, but
definitely. But yeah, I'll address it. I have the document somewhere here. Now I'll extract it, the document with the terms, just to be really.
I can send you if you like, or so.
Oh, if you have it, but because I have it somewhere in the PC.
Hey, Eduardo. Hi, Alessandro.
Hi,
sorry, I'm not turning my camera on because today is a bit of a mess in my place, so I will not show it to everyone. Thank you for this, really interesting session. I'm following all the time. I was also thinking, Eduardo, that it may be like a possible point for some cooperation regarding the job advertisements that are for Ukrainians or other countries in your responsibility, but leading to jobs in the EU. Because I was thinking that we are not seeing this part of the market in Skills of 8, but we are seeing what are the trends in occupations, what are the most rising occupations, and then this is also reflected by, let's say, increased demand for workers outside of the EU. So some kind of analysis that would take advantage of the data of both projects that we could possibly join forces.
Yes, of course, Iri. We can discuss how exactly and what dimensions and how could we use these data sets of our small ETF project as well. Of course, let us discuss. And I think it's really interesting, the question you asked about the Ukrainian labor force, let's say, employees, workers in EU countries. And I think we there is one angle that is already somehow covered, and it is online job vacancies from your data sets at the FOP that concern jobs in Ukraine.
Yes.
So that is already covered, but the other way around, we have not done it yet. So yeah, that could be a very good angle indeed. Let's discuss.
Yeah, and for the green skills, maybe I would also add one more slide to my presentation, and I apologize to translators in advance for playing with my presentation, but it would be really just one slide to show some interesting patterns that we are observing, because okay, we are all struggling with the green skills definitions, and there is a numerous work of various agencies to trying to come up with some overarching set of definitions. But what we are seeing are like what you could call like a green occupations, and then the skills required within these so-called green occupations.
Yes.
And then we see a lot of transversal skills, like about processes and regulations and innovation, like something that is triggering the green transition more than, let's say, hard green skills. But so that's why I'm also very interested in the paper you have on the methodology, because I see like in sustainability that you could have similar types of skills covered there. So I'm really curious.
Thanks a lot. Yes, of course, you will see that the list of terms we have now, it's a total of 214 terms or so. You will see how it has been structured. And of course, it's just a first attempt. Let's say it is a first approach, and we would like, of course, to continue fine-tuning, and the points you are already mentioning are also quite interesting. So this, let's say, greening rather than the hard green, that is certainly important also for policy reasons. Thank you. And you will see you have seen, because I guess you are navigating, you can see the green dashboard in the 3 countries.
Yes.
And you can see the very, very low rate.
Yeah, this is consistent with what we are finding out. It was not, I mean, it was a bit difficult to define the green skills, but to find them in job advertisements, it's it's almost impossible. And now we are at the stage where we are thinking, are we using wrong terms? Are they called differently? And so there is we plan some activities to test different approaches. Also considering not skills but rather tasks. But this is a very difficult approach, especially if you need to deploy it over many languages. So we'll see.
Yeah, in the list of terms I will send includes many terms that are not skill specific but rather tasks, so that it is quite an open approach in order to try to find something in the definitions, in the texts of online job vacancies that would be related with more or less green tasks, not only skills type of terms. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yuri.
Thank you, and have your break now. Sorry to keep you, online during the resting time.
No, it's good, Yuri. We are very happy to see you and hear you. You know that.
Thank you, likewise.
How is Vladimir, by the way?
Today's we are trying to launch various activities within the project, and this period is very, very busy with meetings, so we had to split forces. So now it's only me, and I had to excuse myself from other meetings that were taking place during today, but I mean, that's life. I prefer to be with you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Eduardo. Hi, Alessandro.
Bonjour.
Hi, bonjour.
How are you today? I'm glad to speak to you again. This is the first to say hello. Hope everything is fine.
And yourself, Professor?
Yes. How are you, Alessandro? Here you've got some health issue problem.
Yeah, I had.
Hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I had COVID too for a couple of weeks, 2 weeks ago, but the mild form of it.
Okay. No, I'm waiting.
I couldn't avoid it. We were visiting. We went to a doctor, and he was the one who contaminated me and my wife.
Okay.
So that's no problem. Also, Eduardo, I wanted to know, is the Tunisian government finally responding to this project or not?
The Tunisians are. We had several participants in the previous training program in June, actively involved and saying that they are also starting some activity. They always speak about the data warehouse project of l'Observatoire, but directly from the ministry or from ANETI, we didn't have much kind of interest. From Ukraine,
I'm hoping that it's going to be different from now, because now they had the ministry in charge of employment and is reestablished.
Yes,
So there is a minister who is responsible for this stuff. Perhaps he will be more responsive and he will be more aware of this, the interest of this great project, because as you know, for me, it's definitely a great opportunity and fills an obvious gap for the Tunisian labor information system. So perhaps if you can try to reach them again,
yeah,
it will help.
Yes, we are also in touch with the Ministry of Labor and Vocational Education, and so we try to through the VET department, the Vocational Education Department, to pass the message. But the two countries that are very active and really trying to use the data system for own research, etc., is Ukraine, and that's quite interesting what Ukraine has done. We will have a presentation on the third day, and also Georgia. So the Ministry of Economy has quite a lot of interest in.
Yeah, my point is that over the last couple of years, things were more confused than ever. But yeah, I'm hoping that perhaps now it's a little bit better. I presume that the current minister will be more accessible and more open to this project, and it would be a pity if they don't really take advantage of what has been achieved.
No, thanks a lot for this, and in 2022. We have to simply re-establish a bit relations with this newly established or re-established ministry, and see how we can move ahead with them in relationship with this the further the continuation of the Tunisia system.
Thank you. Sorry, I will not be available all the time for the seminar, but I'll be around. And thank you for organizing it.
Our pleasure, and merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie, bonne journée.
Vous êtes toujours le bienvenu, comme vous savez.
Oui, ça fait toujours plaisir de vous revoir, vous et Alessandro.
Merci, professeur.
Merci.
Alessandro, do you have the green, or shall I send you the green terms?
No, I have it. Yeah.
I have done a presentation in ETF of the green dashboard, and people were very, very interested and kind of surprised at the way this has been done, and the kind of initial insights we get.
Great. So we have to go deeper on it.
Yes, for sure, and particularly, try to see with the ESCO terms, green terms, whether we can somehow find some approximation or so, and Yeah, we will discuss this also with Yiri and share with him the list we have now by class with the 7 clusters, and compare with what CDFOP is using. Maybe we can come to something a bit common, and and then
of course we are even talking with Yiri about a similar initiative. So it would be great, as we have done with the other dimensions, so ESCO and so on, having a common lexicon and base behind the green could even make data more comparable. So we could create some even round tables between ETF and CDFOP to talk about the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. This, I don't know if Yiri is listening, but this was done very recently. It is a first attempt, and we are still processing and reviewing and improving also the translations.
Yeah, it's something more that research and development activity right now, but we are consolidating it. Definitely. We are even closing some the processing, the fixing of the terms and even of some Georgian classification. Oh, there is even Marco, the navigation man. He is here. He turned on the camera. Hello, Marco.
Hello, 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 Eduardo.
Hi, Marco. How are you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Good, good. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I wanted to attend to check the quality of my colleagues.
You don't trust us, Marco.
How is the boat?
This is a joke from Alessandro.
No, you had the boat.
Yeah.
Not yet, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Vera, maybe we can already restart soon. So, okay, good. So
yeah, we just need to make sure the interpreters are back. I guess it's 15 minutes. So yeah, you can start. They will join. They will continue.
Okay. Then if you can just check that they are all already back, then we can move. So Alessandro, you have the floor. We have first the green skills, then we have session 2.
Yeah.
And at the end of session 2, Vera, you remember we have a small poll with just one question, and then we have the last on Eurostat.
The interpreters are here, so we can start.
Great.
And thank you. Thank you very much.
So great. Thank you very much for coming back. Let me share again my screen. And okay, we are ready. So where we are, we were analyzing the professional dashboard. As I said you before, what you have seen until now was the shape of the dashboard. So our project, our labor market intelligence project, for at least for the last year, ended here. So this was the shape, the shape of it that we have applied to the data that we wanted to expose to you. So some of you, I know that were present even from the previous webinars, so already know this structure, the data that I already have shared with you. I've seen even some friends that have some the camera turned on from the last webinars. So this was the shape. But then we went back to data with a new challenge. And the challenge was, okay, can we analyze if there is a way to use those data to extract some insights about green? And this was, let me say, the question. This was the question. And the answer was yes, of course, we can try to dig into data, so to come back to data with some new question. So this was definitely not a question that was addressed by the original project. This was not one of the questions that we had in mind when we collect data, when we classified it, when we built the Tunisian and Ukrainian pipelines and so on. So this is a good example of a new question coming on data. So we never had a pipeline ready to do it, a piece of machine learning software, and so on. But what we had behind the dashboard was the database that I showed you. So it was the raw data. Again, was the title, the original title, not the classified one, was the description, not just the classified one. So we had the full informative power coming from the data that we had collected. That's because, as Mauro mentioned, answering one of your questions, we don't trash nothing. We keep all the data that we have in our system. So we can come back to raw data that is noisy, we know, but contain the maximum, the highest expression of information that the company is putting on the web. So we said, okay, we can come back to it with the new question, of green evolution in a country. How to do it? The approach that we developed was, okay, maybe what we can do just to dig into, understand if we can find something is, let's define what does it mean green. We have different ways to define green. We have green buildings, so new way to build a building, it's more greener and so on. Or we have the people that are building and mounting solar panels, or we have even in manufacturing smarter production that can be greener and consume less energy, and so on. Green can, or of course, agriculture that can be more green. We have different ways to describe and even to classify green. And for each one of those classes, we can define a list of terms. A list of terms that basically can be directly addressed to the green evolution, green economy, green skill. I'm not just talking about skills, I'm talking about terms. And we built let me say, a dictionary of green terms. And here you can see an example. What is this? This is a document where we listed several, if I remember well, let me check the number. We're talking about 226 terms. It's a high number, it's a low number, it's a number. It's the number of terms that for us, in our experience, and starting from external sources, something like official studies, papers, documents, official documents that we can find on the European website or ETF1, can be related to the green economy. We extracted them, we enhanced them using some our internal experts that basically Googled for new terms, new technologies, and so on. And we linked all of them to a class. So I said with what I'm calling here in column A, the tag. Tag is the class. So we have environment and sustainable tourism, sustainable agriculture, construction, economy, energy, production, and transport. So those are the families that we identified that can well describe a green economy. And to each one of them, we applied a set of terms. That said, we said, okay, if we find that term within the corpus of the posting, so within the description, basically, so we will see that this posting is related to something that's green. We don't know if it's the company scope, if it's a skill requested, if it's an activity of a profession is looked, can be several things. But we can apply a tag, I can apply a post-it to that posting, say, okay, this posting is talking about something that can be linked to sustainable energy. And that was the goal of that activity. So we created this list of terms. We translated it. Why? Because we are coming back to raw data. So now we are language dependent again. We have to come back to the original description that can be in English, in Ukrainian, in Russian, in Georgian, in French, and so on. And we have to look in the original language if we can find that specific term. This requires what? Two steps. First of all, a machine translation. So we start from English, we translated it to the other languages, and then we had to validate it. So we validated it and integrated it like we have done during the landscaping activity using the support of some language and domain experts. So from ETF, we identified an expert that helped us on Ukrainian and Russian languages. From the international country experts of Georgia, we had this validation done for the Georgian language, and internally we addressed English and French one. So what we obtained at the end of this activity, we obtained this set of list of green terms in different languages, each one of them linked to the most proper tag. And this was the first phase of the activity. Then the second phase was to put it within a system, within a small dedicated pipeline that looked at all the description of all the posting, even in the past, of course, because we have kept them so we can use them, to looking for those terms. So if the system will find alternative energy, will say, okay, I don't know something more about it, but I know that it's mentioning a term that you, the expert, has labeled me as sustainable energy. So at the end of these pipelines, all the postings were tagging with 0, 1, or more than 1 tags related to energy. The rest of the classification was not touched, so we didn't review the occupation classifier because it was already validated, and even because the current taxonomies were not so fast to follow those new requests. Because, for instance, right now we are having the same challenge with the colleagues and friends from ESCO and CEDEFOP. ESCO for occupation does not provide us enough information to define the proper shape of green economy. So what we did was to apply this parallel classification and then just select the postings that were classified with one or more of those tags and focus our analysis there. So this was how the system worked. And the output of it was, again, the output was a part of a database where all those postings were labeled with the tag, the green tag. And the outcome of it, in this case, is a new slide that was added here that describes us how green economy is evolving in Ukraine. So the same analysis that we have done before, but focused on that new tag. So the distribution across region, the trend, the historical trend of number of postings published that are citing at least one of the green terms that we mentioned before. Of course, the most recurring, let me put it full screen, the most recurring green tag, green family, in this case, sustainable energy. And then the most requested occupation and the most requesting industries. So if I click, for instance, to sustainable production, the system will provide me the dedicated view of distribution. by geography, occupation, industry, and date, so over time. And on the top left, what we can find is the green share. In this case, 0.05%. What does it mean? This is the rate between the number of unique postings that we have labeled as green related and the total amount of posting that we have for the country. As you can see, it's not a high number, definitely, is less than 0.1%. So one out of 1,000. It's quite low. But first of all, we have to keep in mind that we are still validating it. Some fixing, some enhancements will be released with the next month release, so in few days. And then we have to keep in mind that what we're looking are for some postings that are explicitly mentioning some green terms. So it does not matter that we are expressing all the market that can be green related, but part of the market where the company explicitly expressed it. Because if I'm looking for an electrician for my company, but I'm not expressing that my company is interested in mounting solar panels on roofs, then the system will not detect it, of course. We are expressing what explicitly defined within the posting. Why? Because we don't have control on our source of data. We don't have control on how companies are writing the posting, are expressing their need, and in this case, how they're even expressing their green engagement, their greenity, we will see. So this is one of the new analysis that we can do. This is the analysis that we are conducting with ETF, and we will continue doing in the next month and years. Of course, this is just one of the examples that we can bring. We have other of them. If someone next year would be interested in saying, okay, I want to understand how COVID pandemic affected remote working or smart working. Okay, it's a good question. It could be a new angle of analysis. Right now, we don't have information classified and labeled in our database. We can extract this. How? With the same approach. So we could create a small dictionary of terms that could be related to work from home, remote working, smart working, and so on, and then apply more or less the same pipeline to extract a new angle of analysis. That's why during the last, before the break, during the last session, I said to you that this system is alive. Data are alive. Data, we are not just classified them and stop. We can come back, is retroactive. We can come back to data, to raw data, asking for something new, for something more. If I want to be more focused on digitalization, digital tools, to intercept, to detect something that increasing in a deeper way than I can do using ESCO skills and so on, then I can do it. It can be a new angle of analysis. We are discussing it with our friends of ESCO and Eurostat, creating a new angle of analysis. So going down and going back to the raw data, asking something more. Of course, we have some challenges. It's part of the game. We have to come back to the original language. We have to create a multi-language dictionary. This is something that, talking about the ESCO occupation, was quite ready to be used because we already had the taxonomy in the 30, all the official European language. In this case, we have to create our own one. But it's a challenge that we can do. And what you're seeing it is a good example of the creation of a dedicated taxonomy to address a new, specific question that was not addressed in the past on those kind of data. So this is an example of applying new AI to data. And now this introduces me the second session. That's come back to the slides. I'm sorry, I have to come back to slides, but to represent you the pipeline that you have seen before, focusing on what's the role of AI in our system, how we do it, why we do it, and what it can provide. I'm not seeing a question in the chat. Eduardo addressed the... Great. Thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you very much. So I guess I can come back to the second session, Eduardo. We can start.
Yes, and we have limited time, Alessandro.
Yeah, of course.
Because
I have a time written here in the post-it. I've tagged the time. So now I'll be more straightforward because as said, we will come back to a small recap. So the goal, you know the goal very well, what we've seen until now. And the system is how can AI address the challenges that we have? So the challenge that we have is handle a big amount of data that are near real time because it's coming every day. Every day we are collecting new posting and new data. Data are coming from the web. So there is a lot of noise. And if we want to use web data, if we want to extract that kind of new value, we have to deal with it. It's a multi-language environment. We're talking about several languages. We have seen just 5 or 6 of them in the dashboard of ETF, but talking about the European experience, now we are talking about at least 35, and they are increasing. We need to relate to classification standard, as said, custom maybe, or official one like ESCO, but we need to link information to reduce it and make it analyzable by you. And we need to find a way to summarize and present those data to you. This is the way, the methodology that we detected, that we defined to achieve those goals. And now we will focus on the role of AI in this architecture. Let me first of all come back to the workflow. We have discussed those sections, ingestion, processing, and the analysis. And we have seen already those technology. Most of them, a good part of them, are aimed to provide artificial intelligence within this system. How we use it? Let me start from the data ingestion techniques. We have already discussed what's the goal of data ingestion. So the goal is to obtain and import data from web portals and store them within a database. So the data collection. We need to grab and collect as many postings as possible, maximizing the coverage, and if possible, even to address the comment from the colleague before, if possible, finding a direct agreement with at least the most relevant sources. And the challenges that we have to address during these activities are 3. First of all, the process must be robust. We need to ensure that this process is robust for one main reason. That I already said it, but please let me stress you on this. We cannot have any type of governance of our sources. I cannot have any governance on the portals that are publishing postings. If I try to call Azuna or Monster, Randstad, another portal saying, sorry guys, yesterday I was collecting data from your portal. My process had a technical issue, so broke down. But I guess, I fear that I lost some posting. Can you republish them so that I can grab them again? Then we see, sorry, who you are, Alessandro Maccarino. No, okay, clack. So I cannot, if my system stays shut down for some days, I will lose those postings. I will not any way to recover them. So we need our process to be robust, and we need to find a way that even in case of issues, our system will remain stable. Which other type of issues we could have apart of internal technical issues? For instance, one source could block us, could blacklist our system because we'll say, okay, you are pushing me to have my data too much. I think you are not a real person, but you are an automatic system. I'll blacklist you. And this is a problem because we could lose information. Of course, we will lose web pages because we were not able to collect them anymore. We need to find a way to ensure that this kind of issue will not affect the overall quality of the system. Then we need to ensure, we need to focus to the quality of data collected, as well as we can in this phase, because again, we need to be really fast while collecting. And we need to ensure that the system is scalable and is under governance, because our system, as I said, is scaling on 500 different web sources. So we need to ensure that we can govern it to avoid losing control of what the system is doing. The first challenge, as said, is the robustness one. I already told about the issue we have to address. And in this case, the risk is the loss of data, because as said, if one of the portal block us, we could lose data. And in this case, the solution that we found was redundancy. So if we have an important number of web sources, even if they have overlapping, is good. Furthermore, if we have overlapping, for us is good at this stage because we will create redundancy, because I know that I'll find the same posting coming from web portal number 1 and the web portal number 2. If I can ensure that I have this redundancy, if one of the portal will block down, will block me, will close, will have its own technical issues and so on, I'll find the same posting coming from the portal 2. So I'll have something like a backup of the system, because I will have 2, 3, 4 portals giving me more or less the same posting. So that's the goal of robustness challenge in our ingestion system. And we know this will introduce duplication. The goal here is duplication. Then, talking about the quality, of the data. As said, we need to ensure to maximize quality of what we are collecting. Why? Because the less noise we are introducing at this stage, the less heavy will be the work of the subsequent steps, so preprocessing and classification steps. So we need, even in this case, to ensure the highest quality possible. How to do it? We developed a tailored approach. So for each one of the 500 of sources that we are collecting data from, we have to study which is the best strategy to be adopted. And we have 3 main alternatives: API, scraping, and crawling. Those are 3 technical terms, but let me describe them better. API it means an agreement, is direct access to their data. So API means that the web source will send me, let's see it like an Excel file. So the web portal will send me every day, every week, every month, whenever they can and they want, an Excel file containing the posting published in the last period. In this case, the process will be that the system will provide me data in the very high quality, because of course the system will provide me, the portal will provide me an image of its own system. So no risk of data loss, no risk of being blocked, and the highest quality possible. But on the other end, we need to find an agreement. And I said to you before, it's not always available, this agreement, because several portals simply does not answer us and so on. Just to give you an idea, for us currently agreements was found in less than 5 portals out of 500, so less than 1%. Of course, we focused on the most relevant ones, so the biggest one, the most reliable ones, and so on. Finding an agreement is not easy. Keeping it alive over time is not easy, and so on. We are working on it. We are still working on it. This is the best way to have high quality data, but is even the hardest one. Then, if an API, if an agreement is not available, what we can do is try to scrape data. Scraping is a technique that aims to go to a web page and virtually cut the pieces of a page of interest. So in this case, we train our system saying, okay, if you're going to that specific website, then you will find the name of occupation on the top left side of part of the page. Skills will not be present, will be embedded in the description. On the right, you will find the sector, for instance, or the place, and so on. So we are increasing data because we are structuring we are semi-structuring the web page, but this needs to develop a specific piece of software for each web portal. In some cases, it's easy, it's costly to be developed and maintained, and so it's not easy. In other cases, it's definitely not possible. Why? Because there are some portals that publish advertisements, but when I click on the posting of interest, it redirects me directly to the company websites. And I don't know how many company websites are redirected by portal and how many will be redirected tomorrow. We can see it like an unbounded number. So we can't do it. I don't know where the portal will redirect me. In this case, so when we don't know the structure is not predefined, then we use the crawling. Crawling is something like, okay, I like that web page, let me save the whole page, let me print it on my printer and keep it. The whole page with banners, logos, images, and so on. In this case, this is the fastest one because I just have to take a screenshot of a web page, but is even the lowest quality one because I have a whole page. So the subsequent phases, pre-processing, classification, will have a much harder work while analyzing it. To explain you in a visible way, the scraping is the example that I mentioned you before. So it's this one. So we are structuring or semi-structuring due to the raw text what's coming from the web page, and the crawling is just downloading this part. This is HTML code. It's code. It's raw text that describes the whole page. So even images, logos, and so on. To summarize these three approaches, we created this chart. As you can see, API, the yellow one, is the best in terms of quality, performance, maintenance, and so on. But it's even the most expensive one in terms of agreements. And that's the big problem with API. On the other end, scraping is a good solution. It's in the middle because it's a medium high quality because I'm structuring it. It's more costly in terms of maintenance, the most costly one out of the three, because I have to develop a piece of software dedicated, but it works quite well. This is currently the most adopted solution. In case we don't know which is the target portal, then we apply crawling. That does not require maintenance because it's just invoked and download all, but of course provide the lowest quality of data. That one is one of the critical aspects of our system. Then let's come back to the third challenge: ingestion. Ingestion in this case, ingestion challenge, the scalability and governance. We need to scale our system. This is a technical challenge, and we found a really technical infrastructural solution. We created a system that emulates virtual browsers. What does it mean practically? It means that our system is composed by an unbounded number of virtual computers, something like my laptop, but virtualized, somewhere in the cloud, with some browsers, Chrome, Internet Explorer, Edge, and so on, installed on it. If we need to collect more data because we are finding more posting on the web, then the system will automatically turn on those virtual computers, virtual browsers even, and will browse the web. If we don't need as much power as we have, we will just turn off those laptops on demand. This can ensure that our system can be quite elastic while scaling up and down as needed. Then, to recap the landscaping challenges and where artificial intelligence is helping us. Ingestion is composed by the landscaping that I mentioned you and I described you during the session one. Then we have a tailored approach composed by APIs, scraping, and crawling. We want to focus on quality of data, and we need to real-time monitor collected data and scale the system up and down. And again, at the end of this phase, what we will have on our desk will be a set of web pages. We expect most of them to be web pages related to labor market web postings, but we are not so sure about it. We expect it because the system was designed to do it. Then it's time to pass all those data to the data processing pipeline. As mentioned during the first session, the goal of this part is to feed information extraction, so to feed the classification phase with proper data. So the goal in one term is quality. And the challenge is to do it in a multi-language environment. And here is where we highly start using artificial intelligence. I already showed you this slide with the three main challenges that we have: the multi-language, the noise reduction, and the deduplication of postings. We address the three of them, all the three, with artificial intelligence. How we do it? First of all, let's talk about language detection. We need a piece of software that can read the text of a posting, of a web page, until at least for now, is a web page, and say, okay, this web page is written in this language. Then I'll pass it to the most proper pipeline. How we do it? We trained a lot, more than 60, machine learning classifier. What does it mean? It means that we created a piece of software, a piece of artificial intelligence software that we feeded using something like a book written in a specific language. So it's something like an intelligent person without any knowledge, and I'll pass to him a book saying, okay, this book is written in Georgian. Let's understand what's Georgian. So which are the most recurring characters or terms, words, and so on. And so let's derive what is Georgian or Ukrainian or Russian or Italian language by the content itself. In our case, the book that we passed to machine learning was the Wikipedia corpus. So we passed the entire Wikipedia in a specific language. So we downloaded Wikipedia, the whole Wikipedia in Georgian. We passed it to the system saying, this is Georgian. Let's understand what is the Georgian language. And the system started doing it. This provided us a machine learning model that performs really well, with more or less 99% of precision. And it's really fast to be adopted because it just have to read the first 50 terms or 25 terms, not so much. And we say, okay, the web page is written in this language. Apply the tag and stop. So this is the first piece of artificial intelligence software that we are using within our pipeline. Then, after that, we have just put the post-it to the web page saying this web page is written in Ukrainian. Then we pass it to the data quality advisor, let me say, that is the noise removal. When we talk about noise in web pages in labor market intelligence environment, we are talking about mainly two types of noises. The first one are web pages that are explicitly not related to knowledge of vacancies. So we're talking about social network pages, privacy policy pages, the home page of the web portal, and so on. In this case, it's quite easy to understand it. So in this case, we developed some artificial intelligence softwares that, looking at the page, at the downloaded page, can say, okay, this structure, the structure of this page is not compatible with a knowledge of vacancies. I'm looking at it, in the middle of the page, there is no a piece of text. I'm not finding some fields in the page that are generally available in job vacancies, and so on. So the first one, that's easier, is focusing on the structure, the graphical structure of the web page. The second type of noise is something harder, something more trivial to be understood, and is the noise created by fake vacancies. What does it mean? It means, and we have detected several cases of this type of noise, that some companies are publishing fake vacancies just to promote their services. For instance, I can publish a posting for a data scientist, but within the corpus, I can write, are you looking for a job as a data scientist? Are you sure that you have all the proper skill that you need to find the best work? Don't worry, call me and I'll teach you. So it's a training offer. I'm offering my training to some possible candidates using the job posting portal. Why don't? I can practically do it, so I'll do it. Some companies will do it. Other examples are consulting services. So are you looking for a data scientist? I can provide the service, the consulting as a data scientist. So I am a company, I'm a consulting company, and I'm offering my services using, is not the proper usage, but I can use it, job posting portals to do it. Of course, we don't use those postings to classify and to describe how labor market is evolving in a given country. They're not data that have to be used in our analysis. So we need a way to detect those kind of noise and remove them. Now I'll focus on the second example. What we have developed in this case, we have developed a machine learning approach that is quite similar to a machine learning system that you all know. That's the spam filter. All your emails have a spam filter. Some of them are working properly, some of them are not working properly, and you are finding a mail of a colleague in your spam folder. It can happen, we know, but it's a machine learning model. And how it works, it reads the content of the mail, the sender, so some attributes and so on, and we say, okay, this is potentially a spam, so not daily job related mail. Then I'll mark it and I'll exclude it from your inbox. Great. The same approach is applied, but this one is working, to the web pages that we are collecting. So we are passing it, we are passing all our web pages tagged with the most proper language to the specific language dependent noise detection module. So we have 35, 40 pieces of machine learning, one for each language, and each one of it will read the language corresponding web pages and will say, okay, the terms used, the distribution of terms of a lexicon used in this web page is not related to job posting, so I'll exclude it. Or on the other hand, no, this one is a job posting, so I'll keep it. We we created some machine learning model to do it. As I said, we used some balanced data set, so a data set composed by an equal part of real online job vacancies, so web pages really related to the online job vacancies that we manually classified. So we checked them manually, saying, okay, those ones are trusted and are online job vacancies, and another half part, 10,000 and 10,000 more or less, of web pages explicitly not related to vacancies. So we navigated the web, downloaded web pages, and say, okay, system, let's understand those pages are related to vacancies, those one no. Understand what does it mean. The system will understand it and will create this classifier. So a light sensor that we see, this is the vacancies, this no. Again, we have an accuracy, precision of more or less 99%, something more. So the system is working as expected, is working well. And this is providing us the real vacancies. Again, now what we're working on are real job vacancies with a classified label. So with a classified language, sorry. So we know that is a vacancy, and we know that's written in Italian or English or something else. Now it's time to deduplicate them. And how do it? We do it using the expected duration. So how we do it? We do it in a method that, first of all, detects that two web pages, two online job vacancies, have the same or more or less the same content. So we compare the two descriptions, the two corpus of the posting, saying, okay, if they are similar from 99%, 98 to 100%, so it's just few terms or a single comma is changing. So let's detect them as an equal content posting. So we detect them as potentially duplicated. And then we check if they are posted in a coherent time frame. What does it mean? It means if a company publishes the same posting with the same company in 2 or 3 days, is a reposting of the original one. So we are deduplicating them. Of course, if the companies will publish the same description after 6 months, for instance, great, the company is looking for another occupation, for another professionist, for another software developer or sales manager. Then we keep them as separated. How to evaluate then the proper standard duration? So how to evaluate which is the balance, where the break-even between a coherent time frame and a not coherent time frame? We used the posting that we have. So we evaluated the standard duration as the duration, as the average duration of posting in our system, of posting where the duration is validated. So where the expire date is explicitly put within the posting, or where we are sure that the posting are being closed in a coherent amount of time, less than 2 months, 3 months. Then, after that we have evaluated the standard duration, let's create, with a statistical approach and Intel quantile range, the maximum expected duration of a posting. And this maximum expected duration that is evaluated for each region or province, if available, and occupation at second level. So it's not a standard duration that's valid for all the countries, all the occupation, and so on, but it's evaluated in a more tailored way to better fit the behavior of each specific labor market evolution. So for instance, we know that finding a marketing manager is easier than finding a senior sales director. So the two standard duration of the two type of postings will be different, will be basically different. So we have to keep this in mind while estimating this duration. That said, once that we have created our list of maximum duration expected, we will use it as a break-even to deal as two posting as a duplication one or not. So to keep them separated or to merge them. Just to give you a couple of numbers to understand, okay, you have told about the duplication, noise removal, but what's the weight, what's the rate of those numbers? Here you can find the numbers for the whole European postings that we collected. It's updated up to some month ago. And you can see that starting from 369 million of web pages classified, we extracted the 2% of spam pages, so pages such as a landing page and so on. So the pages explicitly not related to vacancies. 13% of pages related to fake vacancies, so the vacancies that I was mentioning before. And it's a good amount. It's 12% of posting where people are talking about training or something different, and 33% of duplication. So we removed 33%, 1 out of 3, due to duplication. And it's fine for us. For us, this 33% is a treasure, because if we lose the original posting in future, because the portal will be closed and I'll not be able to collect data anymore from that source, then the sources that are contributing that are feeding the duplicated OGVs will be moved automatically, because I'll have other postings that I can move to the deduplicated image version of a posting. So that's why this is a treasure, because it's creating our redundancy that we need to ensure stability of the system. And that's why we are not deleting anything within our system. So we are not physically deleting nothing. Noise is being collected, and it's even being analyzed. Why? First of all, because we can keep it as a treasure to create redundancy, as said. Second, because we have to monitor that the system is working properly. So we're even analyzing the noise detected, the no vacancy detected web page to make sure that the system is continuously working properly and it's not misclassifying something. And even because this can create us even some new angle of analysis, because even here we have information. It's not directly related to job posting, but it's information again. And this is the scope of the pre-processing phase. So now what do we have? We have quality data. We have focused on quality, removing noise and the duplicated postings. We had the challenge of the language detection. So we have addressed it, adding the tag of the language with a tailored component, specifically developed, created for this scope. And we have tracked the quality of data in a continuously way within our pipeline. And now that we can ensure that we are working on unique, so deduplicated images of real, actual job vacancies, then we can move to the last phase, so to the classification phase. Why? Because we still have to extract the information and link them to a taxonomy. So this extract and structure information that you can find in the goal section of this slide. So we need to do it. We need, first of all, to define the most proper list of taxonomies. We have defined the list of taxonomies for our system. Then we need to create some artificial intelligence, and that's the other role of artificial intelligence. Here, artificial intelligence is a massive player, the biggest one, because it's the player that will take unstructured information, raw text, and will link it to the most proper lexicon, to the most proper taxonomy, with the same example that I showed you before, this one. So we'll take this part of the text and we'll link it to the most proper taxonomy, ESCO, NATS, NACE, and so on. How to do it? Again, we built a language-dependent pipeline based on information extraction. In this case, we used several machine learning techniques to do the work. Why? Because our goal is to be as much tailored as we can. Our final goal is to extract information, valuable information and reliable one. So if some dimension or some languages require some more sophisticated or less sophisticated approaches, then we will use the best one. So we will not use a machine learning approach that is not good enough to extract information from text. So then we will create a more intelligent one. But on the other hand, if we just have to extract salary, so it will be more straightforward because we will have to find some numbers at least, or more or less. So we will not need to create a too complex system that it's even complex to be understood from us and from our stakeholders. We will select the best approach to be applied for each dimension and for each language, creating the matricial approach that I explained you at the initial of the session 1. And this is a really fast way to express it. What you can see here is that we have our language detection as the entry point, so the tagging of the language, the pre-processing phase to remove noise, and then we have, in this case, we have one example on ESCO, but we have language-dependent pipelines, one for each language, that will classify each specific dimension. In this case, using a two-step approach, an ontology-based model and an IT machine learning-based model. What does it mean, ontology-based model? Ontology, okay, the ontology is ESCO. ESCO is a corpus, is ontology, okay. What does it mean using ESCO without machine learning to classify it? It means that if I have a job posting and in the title I'm finding software developer, I don't need to take machine learning to classify it. Software developer is already explicitly identified by ESCO as one of the terms related to the family 2512. It's straightforward, it's easy. We cannot have mistakes here. It's really, really clear the matching. So we'll not introduce machine learning because machine learning will introduce overheads, computational time, computational cost, could even introduce some errors to train it. So we don't need it. We just need the ontology. ESCO is enough to classify. But if a term is not present in ESCO, some time ago, the data scientist or the deep learning engineer, some strange terms but adopted actually in the bond market, were not present in ESCO, then we needed a machine learning model. We need a machine learning model that is trained to a real corpus and it's created to extract information, so to classify data out of raw text. So what we did here with the collaboration of our international country experts was to say, okay, if the ontology is enough, then let's the ontology make its work. On the other hand, if it's not enough, so let's create a data set, a gold data set. Tomorrow you will see a practical example with Mauro, a data set of titles manually classified. So some of our experts internally and some of the international country experts that collaborated with us helped us manually classifying several postings. 1,000, 10,000, it depends on the complexity of the language. Saying, okay, this title can be linked to this occupation, or this term can be linked to this industry or educational level. It's the same for all the dimensions. And then the machine learning model started learning by example. So, okay, you have said me that this term is related to this occupation. Then I'll start to understand that some terms can be linked to that occupational area. And using tons of those examples, the system will become autonomous while doing this work. So it will become a system that can automatically and autonomously classifying even new terms that are coming that were not present in the list that we provided. That's the power of machine learning, because it is limited to the list that I provided. It's not a machine learning power. It's the Alessandro's power or the international country experts power. No, the machine learning starts thinking and understanding what's the behavior of lexicon and start doing it autonomously. And this creates the knowledge base, creates the system that can create information. Of course, we cannot trust the system by itself. I will come back to it on Wednesday. It will be my slide on Wednesday, the matter of trusting the system. We need to keep it tracked. We need to ensure that we can track the quality and even showing the quality. And that's why we created this slide that you can see, where we can track the quality of each of our classifiers. And of course, some classifiers could work better on some occupations. For instance, assemblers, 85% of precision, or other ones that can go up to 95% or even higher. It depends. The same models could have less performances on other occupations, 61%, 58%. So 1 out of 2 are well classified. But why? Because we are talking about good bookkeeping clerks. This is type of occupation that's not present on the web. So we have even to keep in mind this. We are structuring the system. We are training the machine learning system using web data. And if I'm not finding web data talking about bookkeeping clerks, and if this type of occupation can be expressed using different terms, I don't have them. I don't have enough data to train my system and to make it working better. But on the other hand, I'll not find many posting on the web where I need to apply this machine learning model, where I need to detect this kind of occupation. For us, it's much more important to well classify occupations that are present on the web, such as all the IT related occupation, all the managing, all the financial, of course, even chef, waiters, and so on. So not just high-skilled related professions, but professions that are expressed on the web labor market. And of course, as said, we can keep it monitored and we can, of course, enhance our system. This is something that we are doing. We are doing it with Eurostat and CDFOP. We are coming back to our system, to our machine learning model, to enhance them and to make better classifying even on those poor occupation. So just a final remark before closing my session. I should be more or less on time. The goal of classification phase is to focus on summarization. So we need to summarize data and to link them to taxonomies. So the link to standard taxonomies is the key point, the key goal of that component. We have to select the taxonomy and we have to create the most proper linker. Linker that is composed by a mixed approach of machine learning, ontology-based learning, and text similarity. We are talking about, we are in the scope of information extraction techniques. And to do it, if we are talking about machine learning, we have to create the gold dataset. So to create a proper dataset manually classified with a proper dimension. At one time, Mauro mentioned you that we are talking about 100,000 occupation posting manually classified for one language. Yeah, it can happen. For German language, it is quite complex language. For instance, we needed to create such a big training dataset. But of course, once done, we have even to keep in mind that there is model life cycle. So the monitoring and the enhancement of model. I guess that I ended my session. Tomorrow with Mauro, you will see how to do it practically. So Mauro will give you a showcase on how to do it. And then on Wednesday, we will see what's next, what we can build more on top of it. Thank you very much, and I pass the stage back to Eduarda.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, for this session too. Indeed, the focus of the session, as it was supposed to be, was really on the role, place of artificial intelligence across the 5, let's say, steps of KDD. So thank you very much for leading us through this, and also for this very interesting short recap to conclude your presentation. And now our colleague Vera is going to help us with a poll. So, dear participants, please prepare your smartphones. We have just one question in our poll. So you can do as previously. Please use your, okay. So you have just one question, and the question is about this overall data flow of knowledge discovery in databases, 5 steps. And we have then possible responses. You need to choose just one that is not correct. Which of those replies is not correct when we say the steps of the KDD, knowledge discovery in databases? So we have here 7, I think, propositions, and which one is not correct? So far, we have 4 responses. 8.
We can choose 2 variants or 1 only.
Just one. It is written, select one. In the question, it is clearly written, select one. Thank you. 11 participants have already replied. Thank you. Just 30 seconds more, and then we move to the next and final session. Thank you. 12 responses. Yeah. Thank you very much. And so I'd like to ask one of our participants, for example, Alena. Alena, what do you think about these responses? Do you agree? Can you comment? You can also speak in Russian if you prefer. Вы согласны с этими ответами?
Спасибо. Ну, да, я согласна, потому что...
Yes, I agree with these responses, because other responses, they were related to other steps which were linked to the processing of big data. Why I ask this question? Because I thought about also service, online vacancies, job vacancies. They're not always linked to job vacancies, because that's why I asked this question. So, for instance, it is not reflected here if young specialists, they found a job, for instance.
and build it or transform it into a system that we can use to collect data from the web and use it to produce statistics, right? So that's the work that we are doing right now in the European statistical system. So I will go through a bit of where are we coming from and what are we doing right now and what is the target that we want to achieve. Yeah. So, in fact, there's this thing about web scraping, and we have been doing web scraping, like Eduardo was saying. I've been working on this area already for a few years. It went very fast. And the web scraping, of course, was there since the beginning. And when you do these small studies, I have to say that from the several big data pilots that we have run, web scraping was normally seen as the easiest one. Because the most difficult thing when you run an experiment or you want to, doing some research with big data, the first step is the most difficult one, which is getting access to the data. So web scraping is, well, data is just there, you just take it. That's how it looks like in the beginning. So web scraping is easy. In fact, it looks easy, and indeed it is easy when you do it this way. However, we want it to be, if we want to build production systems, we want it to be automated. Not that you run it by hand, your own scripts, you want somehow some level of automation. You want it to be methodologically sound, robust, so it doesn't fail. If you're going to produce some statistics and your users depend on these statistics, you want it to be robust, you don't want it to fail. You want it to be transparent, so you can build trust in whatever it is in terms of statistical outputs you're taking from the data that you're acquiring from the web. You want it to be reproducible. You want it to be consistent with the other statistics that you have in the statistical system that are available to the users. You want it, of course, to be efficient, because this is not a small study. It's something that you're going to run for a long time. It's more of a long-term commitment, right? And of course, you want some comparability over time. So, well, the conclusion is that indeed web scraping is easy. I would say, however, producing official statistics or some kind of statistics at the production level is actually difficult. And the Web Intelligence Hub is our tool in European statistical system to take care of the difficult part. So why are we building such a Web Intelligence Hub? First, because as I was saying, we have these difficult parts that we need to take care of. Also because infrastructure with big data capabilities is required and not necessarily easy to have access to or to maintain. You need specialized skills to run it and to actually extract some data from what you can find on the web, as you have seen from Mauro and Alessandro. And also in the official statistics context and in the European statistical system context, if we want to produce some statistics, some European statistics, we need to have all the NSIs, all the member states of the European Union ready to do it. So, and if we need to wait for the last one to be in a ready position to produce some statistics, this is obviously going to take very long, yeah, because different organizations have different capabilities, to cover this gap that exists. And the other reason is that, well, there will be an European system for online job advertisements there anyway. In this particular case, what I'm talking about is the one developed by Cedefop with the help of Mauro, Alessandro, and the other colleagues. And this is also an important thing. In particular, if you come from the statistics world, European context, if you have some some awareness, you will know that the way we produce European statistics is mostly national statistical institutes. They produce the statistics and Eurostat collects them. So the existence of European level systems or shared systems is actually a new thing. Yeah. And so a new thing and by itself, so it's complex and difficult. We have to figure out how to do it, right? However, there will be an European system anyway, because there is such a need. In this particular case, CEDEFOP would have a need to do some skills intelligence. So the system, there was a need, the system was there, and this was a reason for us to actually embark in the creation of this web intelligence hub, of this joint system in the European statistical system. So what is the context for us to build this? Of course, that what we try to do with web data comes from a bit of history, where we tried in the last years to explore big data sources for producing official statistics. It started in 2013. The first step was by the signature of what we call the Chevening Memorandum. It's an agreement between the heads of statistical offices in the European Union to, well, basically examine the potential of big data sources for official statistics. It had several different objectives, but I would say that the overall one, they all target basically was, there was a lot of time, there was a lot of talk at the time about big data, and it was normal that, well, strategically, let's see what's there. What can we do with this? Is this anything we can use? So we set up a big data action plan and roadmap that was based on a set of pilots. So we recognized that, well, we really don't know what big data is. Let's not talk in abstract. So the right way of doing it is that let's start doing some pilots, picking some big data sources, and then figure out what does it mean in terms of IT infrastructure, what does it mean in terms of skills, in terms of methodology, in terms of access to the data sources, and so on. So we had what we call an SNET, which is a consortium of national statistical institutes. We had an initial one, what we call the SNET Big Data 1. We had afterwards a second one. So running these pilots and try to draw some lessons, in what you would term in those several factors that I was mentioning, from skills to methodology. And then in 2018, at nearly the end of the first SNET, the conclusion, I would say, was that indeed there was potential in this data source to produce statistics. The potential was more on what else or what we could produce in addition that we were not doing before. So because in the beginning there was also a certain well, hope, I have to say, that we could reduce the cost of producing statistics. The idea was simple. Produce statistics is expensive because you have to collect all this data, process this data. It's an heavy process to do it. So it's quite expensive. Now we just heard, this is just there. This is just data that is out there. Let's just take it. Well, it's not that easy to get access to the data. The data comes in different shapes and formats, and so they imply additional costs. That was not necessarily the case that we were going to save a lot of money in producing statistics if we use these new data sources. What they would allow us to do is to produce additional statistics we didn't have before. And we are just now here in this course looking at such a clear example where we look at skills and the attempt to use traditional methods, in particular the questionnaire-based surveys, to collect some information or produce some statistics on skills proved to be actually very difficult, if not really impossible. So there we go. That was this additional potential. In fact, this was what big data would allow us to do. There was also other reasons to embark on this. And the other was, well, the world was embarking on this train anyway. So we will need to be ready, meaning what? If with new additional data sources, there is new information that is made available to policy analysts, to policymaker, data analysts, researchers, well, this data is going to be used because users use the data that they have available to them. So it was inevitable for the statistical system to consider these sources and make the best use of it. This is quite, it's not obvious, not trivial to understand how to do it, because big data is composed of many different data sources, from geolocation data that you get from the mobile network, mobile phone networks, from the data you get from the web. They are very different in nature, in fact. So it was quite complex. What was clear after this initial experiment was that, yes, we have to do something, and we start talking about implementation. How do we go now from doing pilots to actually start integrating these sources in the production of statistics? And eventually, at some point in time, and progressively over the years, we started seeing the introduction of these new sources in official statistics. And that has happened slowly, of course, in a few cases. And this will continue for a few years more. So it's a second stage was, in fact, a focus on implementation, which is where we are now. And that's where the Web Intelligence, or the development of the Web Intelligence Hub, is actually part of. One of the lessons that we learned from the initial experiments was that the problem with big data was that we arrived too late, actually. So the data was already there. So we didn't have much control. And one of the biggest problems with many of these data sources were that we didn't have much to contribute to. Yeah, they were just there. It was difficult to get access. It was in formats and following standards that were not appropriate for us. So I have to apologize. I think you can hear a cat in the background. I'm sorry. There's not much I can do about it, as you know. As I try to shut him off, he will just meow even louder. So let's just hope that he will give up. So we moved to the next stage. We wanted to focus less on the data that we had around us and focus more on what we wanted to produce. And this is the change from talking about big data to talk about, in the beginning, we started talking about smart statistics. What do we mean by this? Of course, we took inspiration from smart systems. And in fact, from the several types of big data sources, the one that seemed to be or will be the most preeminent is what we call the Internet of Things, and the information coming from sensors. Most of it integrated on what we call smart system, cities and smart systems. So our idea was that, well, we should not just take the data after it comes to us. If there are smart systems being built, acquiring this data and supporting decisions and decision-making processes, the statistical production should be integrated in these systems. Yeah, and we generalize this system, to talk about all data sources. This is less obvious, of course, when you talk about web, but the principles that we drew for smart statistics, they would come from this. We talked about trusted because, of course, smart statistics can be done by, well, anyone who have these systems, right? What we wanted with trusted smart statistics was to bring the characteristics, the institutional setup that we have in official statistics, in particular, the independence of this system, the guarantees in terms of protection of statistical confidentiality of the data subjects, and also the statistical authority that we have in the statistical systems. We wanted to bring to these. All these, in the end, they target creating trust on these statistics. So therefore, we started talking about trusted smart statistics, and that's the context in which we are. We adopted several principles. We see it as, well, statistics will be multi-source, meaning that in the future, we cannot have statistics that are just built with surveys or just built with a particular data source. Integration is the key to produce higher end statistical products. But of course, the data sources, they are very expensive. Let's just look at the web. If we're going to do it, we need to do it and be prepared to serve several statistical domains. Also, we adopted another principle, what we call the hourglass model. This basically means that we need to interface the technical knowledge of the platforms. So let's talk about the web. Is you need to know a lot about the web technology, right? Statisticians do not necessarily have this knowledge. So we have to bridge the knowledge between these two levels. Yeah, the technical level, those who know about mobile phone networks, those we cannot all become experts in mobile phone networks. If there are engineers who know about this, right? So we don't have to understand the technological layer of the web and how the web works. So we need to bridge this to a level where there's some output, as you will see. I will show how we do this with the web, some output that we can use afterwards as statisticians. Modular methodological frameworks, taking into account that this technologies where the data is coming from, they change constantly, pushing computation out, meaning that in order to protect privacy, to do it as close to the source as possible. So minimizing the risk of privacy invasion, less of an issue if we talk about web data, but very serious in other types of sources. So the principle, use data without actually sharing. So what we want is that data is used to produce statistics, not necessarily that this data has to be shared with us, which was very common in the, I would say, still existing paradigm in producing statistics. We organize smart statistics or trusted smart statistics in several hubs, depending on the type of source and the specificities of the source. Again, this technology layer, how does the web work? How does mobile phone networks work? So specialized in this, and also the type of data that you can find. On the web, is most of the data you can find is natural language, and this requires particular analytical tools, as I am sure that Mauro and Alessandro have gone through. So each hub would have its own level of its own expertise. We can look at the Web Intelligence Hub as having several layers. We have, I think some people are complaining that maybe it's because I have the chat over the slides. I hope this is the reason.
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, so I have the chat window on top of the slide. I was not aware that you will not see. So this layer on top of the web data, we will build a platform. This platform will offer services for acquiring the data, processing the data, and transform the data into something actionable, something that we can use to produce statistics. The center point of the hub is what we call use cases. And the use case is simply a particular set of data sources to which we apply the services available on the platform with the purpose to prepare the data so it can be used to produce particular statistics. Yeah. So we have this application. So this is the application of the services in the platform to the data that would produce some micro data sets that we can use afterwards to produce statistics. The driving force for the hub is actually these use cases and the particular statistics we want to produce, because we need particular needs, right? For example, in this case, we want to produce something on skills. But the purpose is that following this multi-purpose, of these new data sources, is that the outputs, the microdata, in this particular case, the information we have at the level of the job advertisements and the classification we have made, so that it is available to produce afterwards other statistics. Yeah. So looking for this being more efficient and so on. Yeah. So this system, for example, have a focus on skill statistics. Now we can also use to improve statistics on job vacancies. So there are several services that this app would provide, from data acquisition, from the transnational data agreements, that we will do it for the benefit of all the statistical system, but also partnership models that the national statistical institutes can use to have agreements with particular data sources that are of national nature and which are better addressed at national level. Also, this will provide IT infrastructure and the tools, mostly via the platform, as I was talking about. It would provide analytical services, meaning the several algorithms that you have been talking about, offered as services to the users. Would offer methodologies, and I'm talking about state-of-the-art, international agreed methodologies to produce things. Will taking care also of regulatory aspects, or taking care at least identifying the regulatory aspects, in particular those that relate to access to the data. These are the ones that we have identified so far. Also in terms of skills and providing capacity building and training material for the statistical community, and also to as a base, the platform for research and development collaboration, and of course provide governance for all of this. The principles of the web intelligence have to follow those of the Trusted Smart Statistics. It is an ESS hub, meaning that it serves the national statistical systems, the national statistical institutes of the European system. It should serve not only European needs, but also national needs. I mean, the data is there. What we are looking for is that, well, if we are web scraping job advertisements to produce skills intelligence at European level, this data, or the national statistical institutes, should not have the need to collect exactly the same data, trying to process it the same way to produce the same thing in the end. So we're doing it once and for the profit of all those that need, in particular in the statistical world. Follows a modular structure, so we can reuse what, let's put it this way, very frank ways, what Mauro and Alessandra have been developing, so that we can reuse it for other use cases. For example, the priority of the system is that we work together. This is a joint system of the National Statistical Institutes. However, there will be cases where either for the policies of the National Statistical Institute, national legislation, or in order to protect statistical confidentiality, some of these processes might have to be run at national level. So the way we want to do it is that you can run on the hub, you can do the collection on the hub, on the platform of the hub, use the data that we collected, but if you want to, you can redeploy at national level if you wish to, parts of it potentially, not necessarily the complete system. So transparency as much as possible. The program should be open source. The process should be certified and auditable. We cannot build such a system as a black box. It has to be as transparent as possible. That's the only way that we can build trust, not only for the users as we normally do, but in this case with our co-producers of statistics in the European statistical system. And also intermediate products data sets should also be used by, should be possible to be used by all the partners. So as I was saying, there were some pilots in the beginning, and in a second stage, there was a focus on implementation, and there were three areas or three pilots, let's put it this way, that were selected for further work in terms of implementation. And as you can see, first, one of them is online job advertisements. Second, actually, from the three, two of them actually are related to web sources. Yeah. So this shows not only, of course, that it's easier than other data sources, but also the level of maturity is definitely higher. So the work that was done in the context of official statistics in Europe, but also at global level, it follows mostly a national approach, where we have national statistical institutes running the pilots, in each one on its corner. But at the same time, we had global initiatives at European level initiatives to build the systems. So CEDEFOP, or the system developed by CEDEFOP, is one of them, but actually there were others, and I just put a connector, let's put it this way. DG Connect is a DG of the European Commission, and they also built a system based on online job advertisements, in their particular case, focusing only on some countries, and focusing also on e-skills, yeah, so digital skills. So we had these global platforms, and our strategy is to use the online job advertisements use case, or the online job advertisement system that was developed by CEDEFOP, as our starting point to build such a hub. Yeah. So how do we create such a hub? So first we needed to build a platform. So this is what we are doing. This is what is running right now. I think actually I have specific slides for this. So the first step, well, we need a platform to run all of this. We need the infrastructure. This has been done. Then we needed to deploy the online job advertisement system of CEDEFOP into this infrastructure. So which was done, all of this last year. And of course, we needed to design an architecture for the reusability. Yeah. So we had this starting point, but we needed to go to the design board and think about what kind of capabilities we need in our platform if you want to do more than online job advertisements. So this is what has also been done last year. And then developed the several components in a modular way, as I was mentioning, for the platform, and launch new use cases. At some point in time, the system that was developed for CEDEFOP then should be ported to this new platform. And so where we are right now is that we are building the components of this new platform, so this is going to happen throughout this year. At some point in time in the future, I have put here 2022, but we keep revising actually. At some point in time, what should happen is that the OGA system should be moved to this new platform. And of course, the building this new platform is based on the lessons that were learned during the build-up of the CEDEFOP system. And very much, I refer to Mauro and Alessandro very often. They're key persons, of course, in doing this work, and they are the ones who successfully built such a system, which is not trivial. I don't know if everyone is aware of it. It's quite an achievement to do such a thing. So we want to build on this experience, on this successful experience, I would say, to build this new platform that we can use beyond online job advertisements. Well, of course, we need to create a community. So we just recently launched what we call the Web Intelligence Network, which is our way to involve the National Statistical Institutes in the operation of the WE. Yeah, the National Statistical Institutes will basically have three roles. They will use the services of the WE, the data that we collect. They will participate in the use cases, for example, using their local knowledge and the access to other sources that somehow are related to job advertisements to improve the quality of the data. And third, of course, they can contribute to the components. Yes. So if in a particular language that we might not have, or that we have a classifier, but this classifier can be improved, if we have a National Statistical Institute that is focusing on a particular their particular language, and they a better classifier, so we should be ready, prepared to profit from these improvements and welcome it in our platform. So it was just launched in the 1st of April, and it's so in its beginning. So in terms of methodologies, so we need to fine-tune the methodologies. There's one specificity of the way we do things in official statistics is that we discuss at international level, we need to have comparable methodologies. So we need to go through a process where we discuss within methodologies and we agree on common standards and on common methodologies that we should follow. Yes, we need to develop methodology for the new use case. This is something that is actually important. Just to give you an example, when we look at the system as it is right now, we can see that we know a lot about skills, for example, from the system. This was one of the main purposes, the driving force, I would say, for building such a system. Now, we try to build something called labor market concentration. Yeah, so we can use this source also to produce that, right? And what we have learned is first that we focus on different variables. So we need to improve other parts of what was developed, and we need to fine-tune methodologies that before were good enough, I would say, for what we were doing, and now they need to be improved. So we need to have more methodological development. I will just mention another one, which is the need that we have to add the statistics that are produced with such a data source from the data from the web, or in this particular case, online job advertisements, to make proper estimations, valid estimations for the target populations that normally we cover with official statistics, so that we can have comparability with other labor market statistics, yeah, like job vacancies or those coming from the labor force survey. So we know that web data, they suffer from selectivity, just like surveys do, but in a different way. And we need to understand the selectivity and have the methods so that we can correct it, so we can do proper inference for the overall population, in our particular case, for basically the overall labor market. Yeah. So this is also something that we have worked on in Eurostat in general for big data sources in the past, and now that we try to be specific for this particular data source. So we are working on it, and I'm hopeful that in the recent future we have at least valid methods that we can use. In terms of learning resources, well, I would say that we don't have to do all of them. So I think we are here in another example of what needs to be done is build capacity. We had in the last year several training courses organized in the context of the European Statistics Training Program. Normally more in generic terms when it comes to natural language processing or gathering data from the web. And in the last years, more focus on those that actually are the ones that we are covering, in particular online job advertisements. And in the beginning of this year, actually, we organized advanced coaching at the beginning of this year that was targeting the statistical community in the European statistical system, where actually the trainers were also Mauro and Alessandro. We want to make the training material available online. There's something that we're still working on. So I cannot give you a URL for where you can go and get this material, but we will get there. We have built a playground, which status now we're still trying to understand what it will be. But the idea is that we should have a playground where actually you can use basically to play with the system and understand the system. Yeah, and of course we will organize workshops. In terms of regulatory framework, there are some initiatives at European level. Some of them, they go beyond statistics, and others that will be related to statistics. So we might review, or we have in the pipeline a review of the European statistical law. And of course, we want that whatever regulatory or whatever legislation is required, regulations are required, that we integrate it. So now it's the right opportunity and the revision of the European statistical law, in fact, has in mind precisely adaptation to the new data sources. So I'm pretty sure that I have overpassed
You're muted, Eduarda, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yep.
I know, okay.
Yeah, so colleagues, we are very close to the end of our first day of the training program. I think this was brilliant to watch again the video. Fernando Reis is so communicative that we could not feel that it was a video. He was really there, here with us. And the presentation is really extremely interesting, rich, and of course, a new gate opener, an eye opener. I don't want, of course, to take too much time because our interpreters also need to rest. So let us, if you don't mind, we still, let's say, have 3 minutes. I'd like to ask 2 colleagues who are in the room. They represent statistical offices. One is Luzine from Armstad, and the other one is Ludmila Bashtova from Ukrstad. I'd like just to ask if you have any views, any comments, very briefly about what was said about smart statistics, about the Web Intelligence Hub, the Web Intelligence Network, all the steps that are being shared with us. And I would like to use this maybe for our National Statistical Office.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much for this. I don't know how this fantastic workshop which started. Unfortunately, to be at workplace, it not always we succeed to follow everything because, you know, the workplace, we force it to do a lot of things at the same time. That's why, unfortunately, to be honest, I couldn't follow everything which said. But in general, we are familiar, and what I catch, yes, from today, of course, I think this is our, at least tomorrow. Unfortunately, not today for statistical office, I mean, but it's of course our tomorrow. So of course we are very interesting to have innovation to go because real-time statistics is nowadays is very, very important, and we need to use all the capacity, all the and this workshop also one of these opportunity to know where we need to go. So for this moment, unfortunately, I can react only on in such a way.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Luzine. And just to also use the opportunity, if Ludmila Bashtova would like to share your views. Людмила, если у вас есть какие-нибудь комментарии, может быть, предложения, какие-то вопросы, связанные с этой презентацией, пожалуйста, поделитесь. И, конечно, завтра также можем дальше поговорить. Спасибо.
Greetings to everyone. I'm representing the Statistics Service of Ukraine. And I would like to tell that it was very productive and interesting to take part in this session. And I think that the most difficult in this part is to provide methodological acceptance with LFS and web provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ludmila. So there are some additional questions in the chat box, and as always, we try to reply, being, of course, very, very brief. Some of the so one of the questions is a very good one, Alena. How can we join the workshops or capacity development actions, methodology development also that are being undertaken by, well, Eurostat with partners in the framework of the Web Intelligence Network? That's a question we had already asked, so let us ask it again, whether there are any possibilities for conversation, cooperation with our countries. And then there is a question that is a little bit less related to this, and it is a question by Jan, whether there are actions concerning the revision of occupations and skills typologies. Maybe we could discuss this question tomorrow, Jan, if you don't mind. We keep it, I have the question. And then there is a question by Egine about whether there are programs that aim to increase the data literacy among the final beneficiary job seekers. So that's also a question that maybe tomorrow Yiri could help us a little bit address, because Yiri, as CEDEFOP staff, very deeply involved in the CEDEFOP project, Skills of 8, it might have some news, because of course CEDEFOP is deeply involved in the Web Intelligence Hub with Eurostat. Maybe he could help us a little bit with some pieces of responses to these questions tomorrow. He promised that he will also talk a little bit about the Web Intelligence Hub with Eurostat during his presentation tomorrow. So if there are other questions, please, you can write them still in the chat box, or you can simply mention them tomorrow, and we will contact Fernando for concrete for concrete responses. Irina Badurashvili, welcome. Irina, very glad to see you. Okay, so that's an interesting.
Yes, I can sense that in the light of now so clear perspectives of international cooperation in the using of the big data sources, the challenges that still exist in many countries of post-Soviet Union, let's say, related to the harmonization of the international classifications in all countries, especially related to education that still have place in some educational levels, have particular importance, and they should be neglected somehow before we can use it at the same with the same tools for all countries.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So it is not, that's a very important question. We have discussed today quite a lot the use of the international classifications. That's a fundamental pillar, let's say, component of the data system and the classification step, let's say, as you have seen. So that's maybe one of the possibilities, is to get closer to international classifications that are adopted everywhere. And for example, ESCO could be also a way for you, a way forward for all of you. Now I would like really us to say goodbye until tomorrow, same time, because our colleagues, interpreters, they need to rest. It is, let's say, a standard measure. And I hope this was a good, let's say, opening into the remaining of our training. And I hope to see you all numerous tomorrow. It will be a very interesting day in which we will have interesting practical view application of many of the concepts and tools, steps that we have been introduced to today. We will have, as Mauro already explained, also the possibility to see in practice, let's say, the functioning and elaboration of pipelines using machine learning techniques. And then we will have a very interesting presentation by Yiri Branca of the skills of 8. We have been talking throughout our various events about skills of 8, and tomorrow we will have one of the important, let's say, builders of this system, talking about it and leading us through also the novelties and analysis of issues. So this is just to anticipate the very interesting day tomorrow. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, all interpreters. Thank you very much, Alessandro, Mauro, and of course, from distance also Fernando Reis from Eurostat. Thank you so much, colleagues. And now, Vera, please, you take the lead to do the remainder of the necessary organizational steps, knowing that we would like just to take 5 minutes of your time jointly with Yiri to see the polls. Thank you. See you tomorrow, everybody. Same link, same access link, same time.
Yeah, from my side, I also would like to thank everybody. I assume everybody have the link for tomorrow and they have the time. It's the same time, 9 Brussels time, and so on and so on. 3 hours later in Armenia, I would say. And if you have any questions, you can always reach me out with the connection. I will help you. So yeah, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to send me email or chat or call. I'm here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And you have all the presentations, of course, available.
Yeah, and they are on the registration page in the chat. I sent the link for them. I can send it once again in the chat just to make sure you have the fresh link. I will do it now. And it's not all of them. We're still working on the translation. So the translation is coming for the following presentations. So we'll check it out every day. But English sessions are all there.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, everybody in all different countries. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Alessandro. Stay well.
Thank you. Of course, you too. Thanks all. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
До свидания.
До свидания всем.
До свидания.
Thank you.